Listen, if you're just joining me, we do live commentary, live analysis, and we do live trading right here, right now in front of you. So good morning. It is a beautiful, beautiful day, 4/28/23. What are we going to do here? Well, it's simple as this. We're going to go over the news. What's going on today? Well, we got PCE data. We're going to go over that and what that is. If you're not aware, we will make you aware, baby. And then we are going to go over the overall market. We'll go over your SPY, your IWM, your Russell 2000, right? We'll go over the NASDAQ. We'll go over your Dow Jones. And then, of course, we will hit up big tech. We need to see what's going on with big tech because big tech is doing it big, baby. So we need to take a look at that. And then, of course, we have plenty of earnings coming out today, but I have an earnings watch list that makes it real easy to see which is the biggest earners in front of us. So let's jump right into this, baby, and you know how we do. All right, so today we actually got a really cool sponsor. They sent me some coffee, and I'm just so pumped to talk about Silly Sips Coffee Company. So this one is for Silly Sips. More on Silly Sips a little bit later once we get a few more people in here. I want to give them a huge shout out. So this is the Silly Sips Coffee. This right here, fresh brew. Fresh new brew, we're starting off the morning right. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the pre-market prep of this segment of the show. I'm Dave, I'm LoFiTrader. If you're just joining me, hit that like, hit that subscribe button. I want you to be here just as much as I want to be here for you, okay? So we got the coffee brewing. We're gonna go over what that is in a little while. I am really pumped to talk about it. I'm just pumped to have a sponsor, somebody willing to stick their neck out on the line for this show. So I'm pumped, guys. So let's just jump right into this. Guys, if you guys want me to look at something that you don't see me going over, it's simple as that. You put it in the chat and we will definitely go over it. Okay, so we're going to start off with our indices, our big overall markets, our S&P 500. Now, this is such a beautiful thing, and you know, it's hilarious because we have been watching this 410 area all the way from the inception of LoFiTrader. Since we started the show, we've been talking about that 410 area. Why? Why do we talk about that 410? Well, if we zoom out on the daily, which you will see me do here all the time, you will see that there's a huge inflection point. There's a lot of price action in 410. It's acted as support, it's acted as resistance, and now it's just blown through 410 again and has came back and now is retesting that 410 area. That is an absolutely beautiful thing. So, oh, you're headed to LA today, Stu? Awesome, brother. Well, please be safe on your travels. I'm assuming that you're probably flying. Be safe out there, brother. So, SPY coming down here at the 410, bouncing off that 410 area. Will we see it bounce again? Will it be able to go higher, or is this just going to break on through 410 and continue to head lower after this huge push yesterday? On Thursday, this thing just rallied up higher. And guys, that's the main question I want to know is, will we hold Thursday's gains in the SPY? That's my biggest question. And I actually have a poll up, so if you haven't already, go ahead and vote on that poll. I'd like to get a better incentive to see what the crew is thinking. So let's keep on keeping on, because we're going to come back to the SPY. We're going to dive a little bit deeper into the SPY. But as of right now, we are retesting this uptrending line that we have broken through. We've bounced off this 404 area. We've bounced up right back into this area of 412, which is the uptrend line, a retest. To me, that's a very bearish sign if we can't hold up above this 405, 406 now, okay? So we've broken down, but we have also reclaimed, bouncing off the key price action area, retesting this trend line, and now retesting this 410. So very, very inflection, a very, very interesting point, a very interesting pivot point right here. So I'm very, very pumped to be in front of you today on this beautiful Friday to see what is really going to happen. Is it going to be free fall Friday, or are we going to be able to see a little bit bigger push out of the overall market? We will see very soon, because these earnings are what's just really keeping this market up. Earnings is doing an amazing job. So hey, Kevo Paban, good morning, buenos dias, good sir, it's good to see you, good morning, good morning. Yes, sir, Bob. All right, so QQQ, guys, the tech-heavy QQQ, there's about 100 stocks in this, and it's all your tech. It's all your big tech. It's your Teslas, your NVIDIAs, it's your apples, okay? So this is what we're looking at right now, and what we see for the QQQ is we broke above and broke through all of this consolidation, which is absolutely amazing to see such a strong push like that in this market. Wow, I can smell that coffee. I can't wait to talk about it because it's got really good notes in there of like chocolate, like a milk chocolate smell. And I'm not used to flavored coffee. You guys know I like it black, but a little bit of flavor in it is just going to be absolutely amazing for today. So, all right, so the IWM, actually I should give you a little bit more excerpts on the QQQ. Simply put, guys, we blew through this top and then we pulled back. So all I'm looking for in the QQQ is where is it going to find a base? Because we have a base here at 319 that it's sitting on right now. So does it want to break through 319 and come down to test 315, or I'm sorry, 313? Is that what's going to happen today? Or maybe we just trade sideways, building these new higher lows to try and take off higher. So there's a few different correlations here. You know, I would not be surprised at all if we want to come back down and retest 313.50. Simply put, you know, breaking up on all of that, just pushing, ripping up higher, clearing all these highs, you can expect a pullback. The market's not going to go straight up, and if it did, trust me, I would buy and hold a lot more stocks. We wouldn't have to worry about stop losses so much, right? So that's the QQQ. We're kind of just playing right now in this 319 area, trading at 319.14 right now. We're going to see if this thing has what it takes to hold up here in these areas. Next up is the IWM, the Russell 2000. These are your small and mid caps. They come together to form the beautiful Russell 2000, or also known as the IWM, is what we're looking at the chart today. So as you guys know, it broke down that 200-day moving average back here on 3923, and when it broke through there, we knew it was because of the financial sector. Now we have had some fear, some FUD being displayed in the financial sector, which can be obviously you know, a threat to portfolios and a big threat to the IWM because it does have a pretty well weighted indice in the financials. So the IWM is still playing down here in this 170 area. We get a small bounce on volume yesterday, so that's good to see for the overall IWM, but it is a lagger in the ETFs. What do I mean by that? Well, the SPY is up above that 200-day moving average, holding up very well. The QQQ is well above that 200-day moving average, also curling. As to where the IWM, the Russell 2000, is showing that it is struggling down here. Now we are holding new higher lows in these areas, but it is below a 200-day moving average, but the 200-day moving average does look like it's curling. So we're getting mixed results. We're getting mixed signals here for the IWM. With the overall market holding up as well as it is, I would love to see the IWM as well hold up well, because if it can, and it can push up higher with the rest of the indices, and we see all of our ETFs starting to form curls to the north side, that might be a great time to find some longs to go in a little heavier than 5 or 10% of the account. So that's what we're looking for. That's the correlations that we're trying to see. Now look at the NASDAQ 100. The NASDAQ 100 came right up and touched this trend line of 13,186. Now this area obviously is going to be a hard area to push through. So to me right now, looking just at the NASDAQ, I would say shorts are in. But that can always catch you off guard if you get too over-biased or too in one direction. So we will come back and have to take a look at the NASDAQ. We have about an hour and a half before the market opens, so we have a little bit of time in pre-market prep to understand where these levels lay, where we can draw these lines in the sand, so that way when they do hit, we can react. We're not trying to predict here, although we do have a little crystal ball sitting over here, guys. We do have a little crystal ball, right? But we're not trying to predict. What we're trying to do is find our key levels, and we're trying to react to those key levels. If we can react to those key levels, that's how we're going to extrapolate that money from the market. And that is how you don't get caught off guard. Now you will from time to time. That's trading, baby. If you haven't got caught off guard, well, guess what? You haven't been trading long enough. And that's the truth. All the veterans can agree with me. Dow Jones Industrial is looking quite the same. right up here at these peaks, creating new higher lows in these areas. If you look at the daily over here, make sure you can see it on my screen. Yeah, so on the daily here, you can see I created this trend line, you know, up here at this 34,500 area. Okay, in that area, we're seeing a lot of sell-off. And we're creating new lower highs, which is just showing a downtrend area on this. So keep that in mind. We're right back up into that downtrend line. Will it have the power to push through this, or are we going to trade sideways? We could even pull back, trying to find some more support back down in these 3,300 area. So keep that in mind, guys. We are in an area on quite a few of these indices where it's looking like a pullback. Now let's take a look at our dollar. Our dollar, oh, and keep in mind, guys, we have PCE data coming out. That PCE data that's coming out will be at 8:30 a.m. And if you don't know what PCE, core PCE data is, let me just read this to you so you have a better understanding. So when the data does come out, you can ingest it how you will and you can trade off of it. I don't like to trade before it, although I do have a few trades. We will go over those in a minute, but I don't like to hold too much during these because they can be very, very volatile. So the core PCE prices in the US, which exclude food and energy, rose of, well, that's saying what it rose, what it didn't rose. We need to figure out what it is. So let me go to my other, I'm using a different area to get our news, so hopefully we can get it a little bit quicker than usual. We're usually behind only by a few seconds, but we're getting quicker and quicker here, and we just want to know exactly what has the quickest for free, so that way I can relay that information to you. But the core personal consumption expenditure, PCE, or the US core PCE index, measures the change of price of goods and services purchased by consumers for the purpose of consumption. Excluding food and energy, prices are weighted according to the total expenditure per item. It measures price change from the perspective of the consumer, and it is the key way to measure changes in purchasing trends and inflation. Okay, so the core PCE, it measures the change in price of goods and services purchased by you and I. Okay, so if we see that lower, that means that inflation is coming down and we don't have to inflate our prices because people have so much demand for those prices. Okay, so the lower, in my personal opinion, would be better for the overall market because now we have more money to speculate on speculative stocks. Okay, so that's how I'm going to ingest that data. How you ingest it or how the market ingests that data could be two completely different things. Guys, if you take a look at my screen here, I want to just show you, make sure that you are live. If you're not live, you're going to be back here somewhere in the past. Let's bring you to the present right now by clicking this live button. It'll bring you right up to where we're at today. And then if you scroll down, guys, you can see we have a question here. We have a questionnaire. Will we hold Thursday's gains in the SPY? That's the real question here. And then, of course, while you're here, smash this like button, guys. I love to do it, but I don't love to do it more than once because then it will bring the average down. So smash that like button. And of course, guys, if I'm bringing you any information or anything that might hold value to your life, please hit that subscribe button because I want you to be here for me just as much as I want to be here for you. So now back at it, baby. We have the VIX. The VIX, the volatility index. So what does this measure? This is just measuring the overall volatility that we're seeing in the market. And we know that way back here during the COVID, I like to compare everything to COVID just because we know the extremes. Right here is your COVID area. This is the extremes. It ramped all the way up here to 83, and now we're sitting at 17. Do keep in mind when we are at times of very low volatility. At any given time, we might get a big bump in volatility, and anytime we've been down here in these 17 areas, we have seen an increase in volatility come in. So do keep that in mind that we might have a nice bump in volatility at any given time. But as of right now, we're trading down here at the lows. So not too much volatility being injected into the market, but that can always change. Now we have that data coming out in 15 minutes, so make sure you stay tuned, guys. I want to bring you that data here first, and I can guarantee you it will move the market, whether it's one way or the other. I hope it's in favor of your account. Let me take a quick sip, and then we're going to have a sip from our sponsors here in just a minute. Ooh. I had to kill it because we got a whole pot here, and I want to try the new coffee. All right, guys, so let's take a look at some of our big tech names. Now, if you don't see something that I am looking at by the end of this, I want you guys to go ahead and tell me in the chat, what are you looking at? What do you want me to look at? Let me be your voice, because this big talking chin just ain't here for me. I'm here for you too. So let me know what you're watching. Now, next up is Netflix. Good old Netflix. We seen this thing ramping up last week. It was cool. It was crazy. It was fun. But now it looks like Netflix is time to chill out. So what can we see for Netflix? Well, we can see that it has pulled back a little bit from these highs, as to be expected, because we had such a beautiful run up. Now with earnings coming out, and they ended up, was this a beat? Let me see here. Yeah, they beat their earnings by a few pennies, and it looks like it just still wanted to pull back, find support down here at 318, now trading at 325. Netflix looks like it's just trading in the middle of a range here, so it's going to need some more time. Will it pump back up to 332 and then pull back down to this 318 area? Very interesting to say the least. We're going to need some more time because it's just trading right here at 325. It's trading in between that range, and I don't like to diddle in the middle. So next up is Microsoft. Good old Microsoft. MSoft, baby. So Microsoft has been doing very, very big things. They definitely beat on their earnings expectancy by a pretty large number, 20 or 30 cents here, guys, and Microsoft does not want to pull back right now. It tried to yesterday, but it came right back down onto these highs. So I drew this line out before yesterday even played out, just so I had an idea when I was zoomed in on my 5-minute or my 1 hour where exactly this top was. Well, this top, it created this range below this top. It broke down, clearing out a lot of your long sellers, and then ramped right back up on earnings. The beautiful thing about earnings, though, if we were just looking at earnings, it shot up, and then when it came down, you could just see every time it came to touch that top that we drew out, it kept getting soaked up. So Microsoft here looks like it is an accumulation play in this area, and then bumped up on volume, now breaching this whole area that I showed. This is absolutely beautiful for Microsoft. Now, I don't know if it's going to hold these gains and continue higher, but what I have to say is when I look at a move like this, I think, wow, that is powerful. That is definitely a big statement saying, hey, we are here and we are a leader in this market, well above a 200-day moving average and well above a 10, 20, and 30-day moving average. Microsoft definitely leading a push here. Absolutely beautiful. You'll love to see it in this market. Next up will be Amazon. Now, I know a lot of people have been talking about Amazon. It's absolutely amazing to see how many people like to gamble before their earnings. Now, I was at work and I was walking around and I overheard some people talking about the earnings, and they were talking about, yeah, Amazon is coming out with their earnings. I'm doing this or I'm doing that. And you can hear people talking about how they're going to take a trade before earnings. And I always like to say, I think it's a gamble. I personally think it is a gamble to take before earnings. Unless you are a fundamental guru and you know exactly what is to be expected in this stock, I think taking trades before earnings really is just a gamble because nobody really knows. And if you do, that's called insider information. And if you have some of that, please DM me because I would love to have some insider information. We'll all take a week off work, right? Good morning, B. Stewie. Yes, sirree, baby. I actually just finished some Nerve Center coffee and we are about to pour in some of this beautiful brew. And so you know what? I think it's a good time to do it. So let's go ahead and take a look at our sponsor today. Guys, this is an awesome sponsor. This is Silly Sips Coffee. The Silly Sips Coffee Company sent me out a bag of their premium roast coffee. Their joke of the day is, what do you get when you cross a snowman with a vampire? Well, if you're not looking at the screen, I'm only going to give you a couple more seconds. It is frostbite, guys, frostbite. Listen, Silly Sips Coffee has sent me this blend. They have an awesome statement here, guys. I absolutely love what they're doing right now for their community. They created this business. Now, they are a veteran-owned business. You can go to Silly Sips Coffee right now. 10% of all their proceeds get donated to the Child Mind Institution. Now, they sent me a bag of their Elated Ethiopian coffee. Elated Ethiopian. It is a light roast. It's got fruity notes of milk chocolate and caramel. And I just wanted to read their mission statement on the back here, guys, because I thought it was so cool that they would send this out to me. And you know, I can actually relate to a lot of this. So guys, their mission statement is the Child Mind Institution is an independent, national nonprofit dedicated to transforming the lives of children and families struggling with mental health and learning disorders by giving them the help they need to thrive. So just bringing awareness to everything, guys, is only going to help. So the fact that they're donating with every bag, 10% of those proceeds are going to the Child Mind Institute. It actually, I could not turn down that, right? You know, I want to be a part of that too. So I ended up reaching out. We had some chats, and he's not just sent me the coffee, but he actually sent me the coffee mug, which is cool. You can check out their silly swag. They have some coffee. They got coffee mugs, hats, shirts, all that good stuff. So this right here is a fresh brew. I have not tried this yet. This is probably gonna be I didn't think about that. It's probably too hot to sip. So that might be a really silly sip if I burn my lip and spill it all over my lap, right? We'll all get a good laugh. But guys, that is Silly Sips Coffee, and we will come right back to this to see what I think on if it's delicioso or maybe it's disgusting, you know? But we will see, guys. We will see really soon. All right, so let's keep on keeping on, guys. Right back to the action. Amazon with a huge push right before earnings, or maybe right at earnings. But either way, guys, look what happens here. It rips up, taking out, reaching all the way. Wow, I can't believe how high that went. 122.84. That is a huge, huge rip, guys. And if you tried to get long in anywhere in this area, you were feeling great about it until 1 hour later. This thing just came right back down lower than where it actually started taking off. So be careful out there, guys. When you see earnings, you need to have the expectancy that you need to just be very, very careful. I like to react to earnings. I don't like to just grab earnings and grab earnings by the horns, you know, like I'm a bear with bull horns, right? I'm a bear with bull horns. But with that being said, I like to see both sides of the story before I head in guns a-blazing. Next up is Meta. Now, I did take a trade in Meta. I played an earnings gap up on this, guys. So if you don't know how I play earnings gap ups, I do have a video in my YouTube channel so you can see how exactly I play those earnings gap ups. But I can go over it really quick for you. We have an earnings gap up on Meta. Now, we have been watching Meta from the last earnings gap up it had, and as you can see, and I just need to point this out to you, the last earnings gap up we had, we didn't hold. We did hold some of the gap, but we did not hold if I were to play my earnings gap up play here, it would not have worked. We would have taken a small loss. And that's what we're doing here. We're trying to play this earnings gap up. So what gives it an earnings gap up? Well, it's the simple fact that we have this here, and we have a gap up of 11%. Anything over 10% is going to get me interested, guys. So if it's over 10%, it's got my attention. So I was looking at this in the morning at work, and I seen that we had this big gap up here, and I thought, hey, when we play this range break right here at 236, I want in on this. And I actually had an order in for 236, but lo and behold, during the pre-market, it ripped even higher past that. So when I had a few extra minutes right before we started work, I seen that we had this huge pullback here starting to retest that same 236 area that I wanted to get in. So I ended up grabbing a few shares. I just grabbed, I grabbed 20 shares at 237.67, so right where I have this green marker laid out, and I've been holding it ever since, guys. So I'm risking $100. I'm risking $100 for this trade to try to see an earnings continuation to the north side. Now, I'm very aware that this might not work out, even if we're looking at the past. its past earnings gap up did give it back. It would have stopped me out, but I don't want to look at the history. I want to look at the now, and I do love the earnings gap up play. So that's what I'm playing, and if this thing wants to work out, start printing us some money, I would like to show it to you right here on the show. So let's keep that keeping on. Let's see what else we got. NVDA, guys, NVDA. You gotta like NVIDIA. This is just so interesting. After it's came back down, it's bounced in these areas multiple times. So this 280 and this 262 is NVIDIA's range. Now trading at 273.38. NVIDIA's just kind of playing in the middle at the moment. I do have a marker at the top here, so that way if it comes back up to the top, we can continue to play this range. But it just trading sideways like this is a great sign for the overall stock. If it's not giving back all the gains from this huge push from back here 10, 12, 22, back last October, goodness gracious, this thing has been rip city to the north side. So NVIDIA up here trading at 273.40, just kind of trading in the middle of its range here. We're going to see what it wants to do today. I would love to see this thing continue higher. Now Tesla, Tesla, we've talked about Tesla. It's below a 200-day moving average. It's not holding a lot of its gains. Every time it pushes higher, it gets smacked back down. And I kept saying my overall outlook on Tesla is to the downside, guys. I think it's to the downside. And why did I say that? Well, because it's below a 200-day moving average, and that 200-day moving average is also not curling. It's just heading lower. You can see it right here. It's on a downward trajectory. So anything below a 200-day moving average can head lower, guys. It's very, very crucial that we first establish where we're at in the market. And if we're below a 200-day moving average, I don't really care to be playing this to the long side. So that being said, I have my next mark. I said if we can't hold and we start to head lower, we could come all the way down here to this 145 area. Now, it's a very interesting area. We've almost made it down there. We're at 151, so we don't have too much further to go. But if this stock wants to start holding in these areas and start to curl, we might see some better news for Tesla. But as of right now, it's just the pooper scooper now. It's not. Amazon was the pooper scooper of the stock, but now that it's above that $100 area, now Tesla's the pooper scooper, and it's got some proven to do. Next up is Apple, AAPL. AAPL, I said that kind of weird. AAPL, delicious and nutritious. You know you love to see Apple at these tops. Why do we love to see Apple up here at these tops? Well, if you have a long-term account, whether it's a 401k, an investing, a Roth IRA, a mutual fund, whatever it is, if you have it invested for the long term, then Apple is very well weighted in all of your indices. So that being said, we like to see Apple at these highs, holding these gains and trying to push even higher. I love to see Apple in this area. We have a downtrend line on the daily right here, and it's broken through it. Not only broken through it, but it's came back and it has retested that area. Now heading higher at 168.41 on the daily, On the intraday, we're seeing 167.78 for Apple. So that's looking really, really good. Guys, I'm almost through the overall large tech stocks. Then we will be going through what I think is hot for a possible future swing trade, and then we will go over the chat. So if you guys have anything you want me to take a peeky gander at, just let me know. I can go ahead and look it up for you. We're going to have a good time today. Next up is Google, Googl. Google is right back up there into this area. What is this line that I drew out? Well, this is a resistance line, guys. You can see that 1, 2, 3, 4 times this thing has touched this 107, 108, 109 area. We'll just call it 109. This 109 area has acted as resistance, and now Google is trading at 106.93, bouncing off that 108 area that we just drew out for you from back here into 7/20/23. Okay, now trading at 106.93. It's having a pullback from that 108 area, and we need to see where is it going to hold. Is it going to make a new higher low? in 105, or are we going to come all the way back down to 103 and retest these areas? That would be very interesting to see, and very interesting to see possibly taking a long down here in these areas, but we need some time to tell. Now, this silly sip is for me, it's not for you. Let's see how the elated Ethiopian from Silly Six Coffee sits on the taste buds here. Ooh, oh, that's different. Oh, man. That's what good coffee tastes like, huh? Oh, man, that's good stuff. You know, I'm just so used to Aldi's black coffee. I like it black. I don't ever add anything to it. This has the subtle hints of like a milk chocolate, like something tasty in there, you know? I can't really put my finger on it, but it is absolutely amazing. I definitely recommend anything about these. All I am is looking at their gap up percentage, and then I'm figuring it out. So if you see these and you see these huge rushes, these huge inclines, don't get too excited. It's supposed to happen in earnings. Do not react to them just yet. You need to wait until the morning open to react to these, because right now, if you were to react to this, you don't know what is going to happen. You just don't, unless you have a crystal ball like I do, then you might. Only kidding. Okay, so let's take a look at Wing. So Wing, guys, if we look at Wing, simply put, and I need to look at the gap up scanner, not to mention, let's go through the gap up scanner just really quick. So when I go through the gap up scanner, I'm just running through to see if we have any gap ups that look interesting, that might be running into some daily resistance, or anything that I might want to hold on to. I'm not seeing anything yet on the gap up scanner. It is still early. It's only 8:30. We still have another hour. We have an hour here for this pre-market prep. If you're here for pre-market prep with me, congratulations. It's good that you are here. We are trying to understand and learn where our levels are in this market. Because if we know our levels and we know where to take or to release those profits, we can extrapolate money in this market. So it's good for you. Good for you. I'm happy you are here. So let's go ahead and look at Wing. So if we look at Wing, guys, it's simply put, we drew this out. This is a beautiful cup with handle, and it broke out of this area. This was your takeaway at this 189. Was not in front of the market when this happened. But do keep in mind, Wing does have earnings that comes out on the 3rd. You're going to see a lot of that happening, guys. You're going to see a lot of earnings coming out in the next couple of weeks. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be fun. You can either make a lot or lose a lot during earnings season, but as long as you're using proper risk management, you will be just fine. Now, Wing breaking out above this, now extended from a 10, 20, and 30-day moving average. For me personally, I would need to see this thing kind of pull back, trade sideways on a 10-day before getting into this. I want to see it come back and retest maybe this 193 area because I'm not in it. If it can come back and retest this 193 area, that might give me a small window to try and get in. Now, these aren't buy or sell recommendations. This is just how I like to do things, and I like to comment on how I do them. So that's what I'm doing here for you. Now, ACCD, I need to point out, just because I was watching ACCD for a beautiful trade, we were watching this thing play, we were watching this thing break out of a cup and handle here and an overall daily base, and what a beautiful push to the north side. If you caught this, congratulations. If you caught this type of trade, you would be up 24% on your trade, but like I always say, don't mess with earnings, guys. If you're messing with earnings, you're going to see right here that this thing gave everything back when earnings came out, okay? So this thing dropped on 22%, yeah, giving back almost everything that it gained on that push. So if you got in where I would expect for anyone that likes to play breakout strategies to get in, you are now break even because you held through earnings. Now, I can't say that I wouldn't have held myself if I was up this much, but I would have at least taken some profit. So make sure that you are taking profit while you are heading to the north side. DXCM is just another one that I've been keeping an eye on. Nothing too much to see here. We're going to run through these though, because I do want to see AXON. So AXON was a very small float, one that I was taking a look at, because this is actually my trade right here. Right here is my trade. Now, I say it's my trade because it's squatting down on this 10-day moving average, creating a very, very tight range. I would take this trade day in, day out. Now, this is part of trading. Sometimes it doesn't work out. This trade did not work out, but if I seen this trade again, I would try and take this trade one more time, right when it breaks through this area. Now, it never actually broke out through this area, so I never took this trade, but this is what I love to see. I love to see these really, really tight ranges right here over a 10-day moving average. That's right out of a Chris Quilamagi book right there. I've learned a lot from Chris Quilamagi, and that's just absolutely one of those things. It's the way he trades. This one didn't work out for me, but I want to keep an eye on it because we need to learn from our losers, right? Now, I didn't lose any money on this trade, but I still need to learn because remember, you're a loser unless you're learning. Oh, man. That's some good coffee. Let's go ahead and take a look at ONON. Now, ONON, you guys can tell, has been a leader in the market. Now, I don't know too much about ONON, but I do know that they make shoes. So, are they going to strap up and head on higher from here? It looks like they had a nice little shakeout day, breaking down in this area, getting bought right back up in that 30-50 area. Doesn't want to continue to head higher in this area. That would be a beautiful thing. Now let's take a look at DraftKings. I've been watching DraftKings. I've been in and out of DraftKings. I've been stopped out. I've made some money. I've done a little bit on DraftKings with everything. Now, is this a good time for a swing to the long side? I would love to say yes. I would love to grab it, but when it comes to DraftKings, these lower highs, these cups, these handles, you know, I need a little bit more time on this. I really do. You know, we got this big cup, and then it held its gains. Now it's making a very beautiful cup with handle. If it can hold this area, I'm going to start averaging into DraftKings. I do like it. I do like this stock a lot. I do wish I was still holding from all the way down here, guys. I bought this because I really like this tight range following a 10-day moving average, and I sold out of my trade. Simply put, you know, I thought I was up a good chunk of amount, and I was, you know, and I did take some profit, and then I did end up stopping out the rest when it came back down to this area, and then it just took off without me. And that's a-okay, guys. That's part of trading sometimes. We made a little money on this, so I am happy. You won't hear me complaining about making too much money, but, you know, it is what it is, guys. So DraftKings is definitely one of those that I need to keep an eye on because I do like the stock. I do believe in this stock. But these aren't buy or sell recommendations. These are just my thoughts, not yours, guys. So let's take a look at Lulu. Good old Lululemon is still holding that 10-day moving average. It looks absolutely amazing. This is a beautiful, beautiful name that has beat over and over again their earnings. So right now, it's in this area. If we look at the daily, guys, it's in this area. You can see it's hit multiple times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different times, you could say. And now it's right there at 377.90, retesting those areas. Will it break down from this area and start to head lower towards that 200-day moving average? Or with a curling 200-day moving average, will it break out and start heading higher? That's what everybody wants to know, because if you know, you can make some gosh darn money. So make sure you know your levels. And right now, my levels are drawn right here at its peak, where it has touched and started to sell off. So are we going to continue to see more selling off for Lululemon? Me personally, it does look like it's starting to curl over a little bit, and we might see some sell-off action in this area along with the rest of our indices. So I like that for a short sale, but I'm not putting my money on it, so I don't think you should either. Make sure you are taking your own trades and you are doing your own due diligence. HUBS, now this looks like an absolutely beautiful stock. I do love to see that it had this nice little shakeout day where it breaks down this key level, this key area of support. It broke through and then just rip city, broke those resistance area, got back up there into 420, came back down, and here's the important thing. It came back down and retested this area, then started to break higher. So I really do like HUBS in this area, and it's making me think again, hey, do I want to try this again? Because I was in this on this day right here, guys. I was in this stock, but when it broke down and hit my stop loss, I got out like a good boy. Okay, now sometimes you're going to see these and you're going to say, well, why wouldn't you just stay in? Why wouldn't you just stay in the stock? Well, if you look at this in hindsight Henry, I would call you hindsight Henry first. I'd say, listen, hindsight Henry, there has been more stocks than not that have broken my area and then have just flushed to the south side. So you have to have your areas. You have to have your buy, your sell areas, because if you don't, then you're just going to be holding on, and then you're going to be hoping for these stocks to do better, and you don't ever want to be holding and hoping. Okay, guys, we don't hold and hope here. We try to use proper risk management so that way we can extrapolate more money from this market. IoT was on my watch list. You can tell that this thing has broken down. This thing did stop me out for a small loss, but that's A-okay. We wanted to take a little bit and have a little risk on when we started breaking out higher. So that's what we tried to do with IoT. No big deal. I do want to look over my trades. What's going on with my trades right now? Well, we have Disney over here on the right hand side. I took this short at Disney, as you guys can tell on the daily. I do like to, let me put this on the 4 hour. I think it looks a little cleaner on the 4 hour. Well, maybe not, but right here you can see that Disney, I'll put the 4 hour up here so it's a little bit cleaner for you guys. Okay, there we go. This looks a lot better up here at the top. We'll put this back down here on the daily. So if you look at this top right here, I drew this downward trend line, right? And if you zoom all the way out, you can see that we have been on down trend line. So you can see this big down trend line, right? It broke through. Now it looks like it broke back down, it popped back up, and it looks like it's back on this trend line. So I'm playing this trend line. All I did was take 100 shares. Oh, 1 second. I can hear my own voice on my phone. We don't want that. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me just go ahead and turn this thing off or down. There we go. Much, much better. So now, when I see this Disney trade and I see it pop up, not to mention I actually had a few streamers I was watching and they were taking that Disney long, and I thought that was a great long to take because it was reclaiming this 97 area. Why not play it to play this area in the downtrend? So I asked my buddy, I said, hey, are you all out? Are you all out of your long? Because this looks like a great area for me to short. And he said, yes, I did extrapolate that Disney money, and now it's time to take the short. So I actually got in almost at $100 even. Don't trust the P&L on this. I'm up a little more than the 33 bucks it's telling me, but that's A-okay. But we want to look at the average price right here. So $100.01. So I just marked it out right here in yellow. That's where I've taken this short. My profit target is down here at 97.70. I do like that 97.70, and you can see why if you look at this area. It's more than once held this area as a price action area, and I'd like to see it to take some profits from. So that's what I'm looking at, and I'm also in Meta. I'm in Meta long here. We've only taken 20 shares because I wanted to risk $100. I don't want to risk more than $100 on this trade. We're up a few bucks. We're in at 237.67 and it's trading at 238.79. So we're almost up 20 bucks in this. Nothing big, nothing too much to brag about, but this is something that I'm buying and I'm going to try and hold for a bigger run. So I would like to see this thing get some legs, get some eggs, and take off to the north side for me. If it can't, well, right here is my stop loss. That is the range break of the low. I don't want to be in this thing if it wants to break that range. So we're up small on both of those trades, and we're going to see what exactly wants to come of them. So absolutely beautiful. A few things I do want to look at, just because I've been keeping a very close eye on VKTX. This VKTX trade, I have talked about this $20 being an area of resistance. Now, why do I say that? Well, if we zoom out, we have to zoom out on the weekly to show you this. So it might not be too readily available. Like, I don't think that this is holding too much resistance anymore, especially because it not only came to that 20 area, but it broke through that 20 area, retested it and acted as support, then broke out higher again, reaching these highs of $22. Now trading at $20.22. If this thing were to break this $20 area, in reasonable fashion, I wouldn't want to be a part of this because I'd like to ride this thing all the way back down. But now we know that the healthcare, we know that the pharmaceuticals have been very, very strong lately. So we have to keep that in mind, that even if this thing wants to fall and the overall sector is looking hot, this stock has a lot of eyes on it and we might see more squeeze plays. Now, I kept telling myself the next time it came back down to 20 and it keeps acting as support that maybe I should go long to try and play this thing up to 24. But on that same hand, if things start to break down and they start to look weak, I might want to take a few shares to the sell side, holding this thing for a profit target of around $10. That might be a little while. It might take a few weeks to make that trade happen, but we are going to be here to keep an eye on it regardless. Now, what are you guys watching? What do you guys have on your charts? What do we have going on today? Well, I could tell you this, core PCE came out and we need to take a little peeky gander at it. So let's see what core PCE came out as. Core PCE price in the U.S., which included foods and energy, rose by 0.3% month over month in March of 2023. Let's see. The same pace as the prior month, in line with market expectations. The annual rate the Fed Reserve prefers gauges tools measured inflation slows down to 4.6, slightly above market expectations of 4.5. So it came out as expected, guys, as expected. So you could take that data however you would like to, depending on how you take the data. Might not be how the market wants to take the data, but it looks like it took it pretty well, ramping up. Wow, what a good push there, running right back into that trend line that I have drawn out for you guys. It pushed right back up into it and then got sold right back off. So how you might want to take that is completely up to you, but it looks like that trend line is still holding true. So we might have a down trending day today or maybe a pullback. But if the market wants to continue to show its strength, continue to hold this 410 area, that's going to be an absolute beast sign for the bulls. So we have to wait and see how everything kind of falls into place. So let's take a look at the earnings and see what's going on here. We know IMGN isn't much. ELUXY, that's not something we need to bother ourselves with. And CUBI, so nothing too crazy going on for the earnings gap ups. If you guys are seeing something that I am not for the earnings, please let me know. But I'm pretty sure I have all the earnings that are expected to come out this whole week is on this chart. So keep that in mind, guys. Now, next up, what are we going to take a little peeky gander at? Well, I know B. Stewie's in the house, so we're going to look at Snap and we're going to look at PBF. So PBF is a energy stock, and I've talked about PBF from back in this day. When we seen that this stormed up into these areas and pulled back, we talked about the 200-day moving average being an area that you might want to long. Why? Well, we can see that it's bounced off that multiple times. We even drew this trend line. I said if it breaks a 200-day moving average, I wouldn't want to be anywhere near this stock, and sure enough, it came up into this area right here at these peaks around $50 and started selling off. It bounced off a 200-day moving average, no surprise there, but then forming a head and shoulders on the daily, it started to head lower and then breaking that 200-day moving average. It looks like it's trading now down here at 34.38. So PBF Energy finally playing out just as we expected it to. Next up, let's take a look at Snap. So Snap came out with earnings, and one thing I've seen is this thing snapped right on down, trading at $8.56. It's absolutely crazy because, you know, I really believed in Snap around 10, and now that it's trading at $8.55, it's like, well, who believes in Snap? It doesn't seem like many people at all are believing in Snap because it's trading all the way down here at its all-time lows at $8.58. It's only been any lower at $7.52. So what is going on with Snap? Definitely lower than its pre-COVID lows. It's lower than even COVID got it. Wow, what an amazing thing. You know, and Snap is still something that I use. I'm actually really surprised that there aren't doing a little better right now, especially with the overall market and the overall QQQ sector. I mean, everything in this area. And now Snap coming out with earnings, getting just hit super, super hard. You know, if I had the cojones, I might actually try to trade this as a fear low and ride it to the north side. They did come out with earnings that were, let's just take a look. Better than expected. They expected negative 23 cents and they came out with actually positive a penny. So they're actually showing earnings for this stock. So why the long face? I don't know exactly. Let's go ahead and see SMH. Now a lot of you guys like shaking my head. Oh, that's good stuff. I don't know if you guys know, but Silly Sips Coffee has a very, very nice selection of coffee. Go to SillySipsCoffee.com and get your coffee today. I'm drinking the the elated Ethiopian coffee today. You can see it right here on your screen. It's absolutely delicious. Yeah, I absolutely love Silly Sips Coffee, so you guys should check it out. There who are sponsoring today's channel. So Silly Sips Coffee, this one's for you, not for me. Thank you for sending the coffee. So SMH looks like it's found those lows again down here at 241 and has a nice little bounce on the north side. So if you believe in the semiconductors in this area, it looks like it might be an area for to start possibly adding in a few shares. Now, these aren't buy or sell recommendations. This is just my thoughts, not yours. And this might be a nice area for me to start loading a few up. So I'm going to have to give it a little bit more time, maybe see how the week closes out. I'd like to see that weekly candle to see how it closes out. And we will see if this is something that we want to start dollar cost averaging into. Now, guys, if you'll take a look at my screen right here, not this screen, take a look at this screen. I want to make sure that you guys are live. Make sure you smash that live button. I didn't say like button just yet. Smash that live button. Make sure that you are all caught up. And not to mention, guys, we have a vote here. We have a poll going on. We have 8 of you that have voted. Go ahead and vote on that poll and let me know in the chat. Say, hey, look at Tesla. And I will be happy to take a peeky gander at Tesla. Go ahead and leave a comment in the section to let me know what you want to see. And of course, smash this like button right here, guys, right in front of your face. Go ahead, smash that, baby. You know I like to see those number counts go up. And if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. I want you to be here for me just as much as I'm here for you. And now I'm going to raise the desk. It's time to raise the desk. I need to stretch my feet, stretch my legs out, and make sure everything is doing fine in the market. We don't have too much time, guys. We have about 40 minutes left until market open. It is a rainy day outside. So what am I hoping? Well, I'll tell you this. I hope it's raining across the board, across the United States, and all of your hedge fund managers, all your traders galore, they're all stuck inside. They're staying nice and cozy warm. They have their Silly Sips coffee. Their elated Ethiopian is running through their veins, and they're waking up and they're saying, hey, it's time to trade. Let's bring volatility back to the market. Let us make some trades and make some money, baby. And if you can get behind that and you want to make some money too, hit that like, hit that subscribe button, baby. I'm here every Friday, 8 until 12. I also bring you the best live stock commentary, analysis, and trading, guys. So if you want to be here, hit that subscribe button. Next up, let's go ahead and take a look at the overall market since it's been a couple of minutes since we've done it. The S&P 500. We did just take a look at this, guys, that huge push up and that big wick. We were looking at the hourly. I want to look at the hourly simply put because it gives us a lot of information. I don't want to see on the 1 minute. It's not going to show me my levels on the 1 minute. Now, if I go to take a trade and I want to zoom in to see what exactly is going on, well, sure, we'll take a look at the 1 minute and we will dive in deeper then. But until then, I want to ingest as much information as I can, so I zoom out on my daily, my hourly, I make my levels on my chart so that way I can react when they hit. So if we could have reacted to the PCE data quick enough, we could have taken a short here at that 412, but I did not react quick enough. So that is why you want to know your levels, so that way when you do see these things happen, they do pop up, your alerts do go off. You can take the trade that is intended for you and you can extrapolate some money from this market. goodness gracious, great balls of fire, guys. I am feeling that coffee running through me, and it is going to be a glorious day. Let's go ahead and take a look at my trades really quick, since I haven't taken a little peeky gander here. So so we have Disney. Why did I take Disney? This downtrending line. I do like playing off these downtrending lines, and I love technical analysis. If you guys haven't yet learned already, why do I love technical analysis? Well, for simple things exactly like this, right? If we look at this overall trade, we can see the psychology behind it, right? We can see what people are getting in, why people are getting out. And if we draw these trend lines, we have an area of conviction that we can take these trades. So yes, this trade definitely could go wrong. It could go south. It could go sour. But I took the short in confidence, knowing that my technical analysis has served me right many, many times before. So I took this short at $100. I am holding on to it. My profit target is around this 97.50 area, 97.70 area. I would love to see it pull back to that area so I can extrapolate some of that money from the market. I also have a long. So I am short on Disney and I am long on Meta. I played Meta as an earnings gap up. Yes, an earnings gap up. It gapped up over 12% when it caught my eye, and then sure enough, when I opened up my books, this thing had gapped up over 32% before opening. So what did I want to see? Well, I wanted to see this thing pull back and catch that top. Now, I got in a little bit earlier than expected, but I was at work, so I needed to stay focused. So I definitely took a grab, a little take right there at 237. Let's go ahead and give you the actual price here. 237.67 is where I took 20 shares long. Why did I take 20 shares long? Well, because that is my earnings gap up, my range break, and I'm risking $100 now down here at 232. So Marwa says, will you please go over Meta? I'm absolutely will go over Meta, and that's what we're going over right now, and I'm happy that you asked, because Meta is going to be an absolute beautiful thing to see in the market. Whether it heads up higher and I extrapolate some more money out of this market, if it heads lower, that's going to show you a little bit of what's to come in the overall market, because Meta is screaming to the north side. NVDA is screaming to the north side. We have a lot of these leaders out there that we can keep an eye on to see what is actually moving these markets. And Meta is definitely moving these markets today. So well, let's zoom in on the 1 hour to get a little bit more information to see what's going on. So after this huge break, this huge gap up, and then it pulls back here. Let's zoom in on the 5 minute now. After it pulls back here, you can see what area is this testing. Well, this green area is the area that I bought it in, okay? So why is this such an important area? Because people like me are buying in these areas. There's also people that aren't like me, like hedge fund managers and people like that, that want to buy in these areas. This is what I call an accumulation. It forms a range and it won't break down from that area. That area that it won't break down from are pre-market highs. Okay, it's just above that 236 area. That 237 area is where it wants to hold those pre-market highs. Now starting to curl, looking like it's wanting to head to the north side. But remember, we have this overhead resistance right here where it's at. So we might pull back, we might trade sideways, we might head lower, guys. But you need to be able to react properly. So I have reacted properly to this base falling. After this created new highs at 242.27, it fell back down, back towards the pre-market highs, and that's where I took my 20 shares to the long side. So I reacted. Now, I am hopeful, and I say that respectfully, that this will head to the north side. But if it doesn't, I know where my stop loss is set, and that's at 232. If it hits 232 and breaks down, then hey, I wipe my hands of this trade and I look the other way. I'm not going to have any fear of missing out or any silly, emotional. I know what I'm willing to lose, and I know the possibilities of how much I can win. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just joining me, I am Dave. This is LoFiTrader. I absolutely love doing technical analysis for you. So if you like me to go over a stock, go ahead and throw it in the chat. I'll be happy to go over it. Good or bad, I'm a bear with bull horns. I like to look at both sides of the stories and then react to the price action instead of trying to predict. But if you want me to predict, that's no big deal because I do have this crystal ball straight from the nerve center, ladies and gentlemen. This crystal ball does have a bull in it, so it might have a biasy. But regardless, you know I'm a bear with bullhorns. I like to see both sides of the subject. So let's keep on keeping on, baby. The QQQ looks like it's trying to hold those gains from yesterday. Make sure you hit a vote. Let me know. Do you think we're going to be able to hold Thursday's gains? I don't know. It's very, very interesting to see because if we look at the SPY, that's twice now. It's hit that upward trend line, retesting that area up there, but bouncing off 410. So very, very interesting in these areas. I'm just so pumped to see what happens today, guys. So let's take a few look at some other honorable mentions I'm surprised nobody is talking about. AI. AI is back down here at a 200-day moving average. What an epic fail AI has been. Now, what a beautiful trade. We have taken this trade a couple of different times, and it held this $20 area. Now, breaking from that area, heading lower. This looks like it's going to distribute even more in this area, guys. So this looks like it might be a distribution day. Wow. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So if it wants to continue to break down, it might actually do that here. So very interesting trade. To just say the least. Let's take a look at AMD. AMD is one that everybody likes to talk about. AMD, now keep in mind, guys, AMD is your lagger. There's a few things I like to look at, leaders and laggers. Now, what is our leader in the chip space? Well, let's take a look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA is the leader. It is the clear leader. And how do we tell a leader from a lagger? Well, we will bring up the sector, the semiconductor sector, and we will run through it and see what is trading the best. And when I say the best, I always use a 200-day moving average to calculate what is where, okay? So if we look at AMD, we're trading just above a 200-day moving average, trading at 87.44, currently 87.35, excuse me. As to where NVIDIA is trading well above a curling to the north side 200-day moving average, trading at 273.29. NVIDIA is the big leader in this area. And you gotta love to see it, guys. When your chip sectors are doing well, you know your tech sector's doing well, things are looking positive for the overall chip sector. Now, we know that this thing has been trading sideways for a while. That's a bullish sign in my opinion. If it can keep trading sideways, that's showing that it wants to hold all these gains and not give anything back. Okay, those are my thoughts, not yours. These aren't buy or sell recommendations, but hey, if you don't know, now you know. I'm Dave, this is LoFiTrader, and I want you to be here for me just as much as I want to be here for you. So hit that like, hit that subscribe button, guys, and of course, vote on the poll. Thank you so much for being here. This right here is Silly Sips Coffee. If you want to know how I talk so fast or how the heck I'm so awake this early, well, today it's from Silly Sips Coffee. I got the elated Ethiopian, and it is absolutely delicious. This is a sponsor for today's show, and I am just so pumped to actually have a sponsor for the show. So if you guys want to, you're more than welcome. Go to sillysipscoffee.com and get your roast today. You can actually get $3 off today. So check that out too. Definitely check that out. $3 off your coffee today. And 10% of all the proceeds goes to the Children Mind Institute. So we're helping people while we're sipping coffee. So grab some Silly Sips Coffee today, baby. So let's take a look at Tesla again, guys. So Tesla, right back up here, this could be an area of resistance for Tesla. Now tapping this area a couple of times. I'll just draw it out for you so you can see. This area, you can see 2 days now. This area is the VWAP, the volume weighted price average area. Also psychological, an even number of 160 this thing is hitting. So does Tesla want to continue to act as resistance in this 160 area and start to head lower? Or will Tesla start to break out higher, forming new higher lows? Tesla has a lot of proving to do below this 200-day moving average. It really does. I'm bringing the desk. Come on back down here, guys. I gotta bring the desk back on down here. We're gonna take a little sit before the real big day starts. You know, we got less than 30 minutes actually now till market open. Less than 30 minutes till market open, guys. And I gotta make sure I have my bell out. We don't want to forget the bell. I think last Friday I was a few seconds behind on that bell, which was always embarrassing. You don't want to miss the bell, guys. So make sure you're here for that. 9:30, the bell will go off, and we are going to have ourselves a tasty little day today. Let's take a look at Apple, see how Apple's doing after that PCE index came out. It looks like Apple had a nice push and is holding that push at 168 02. You like to see, you like to see Apple up here in these areas, not just breaking in these areas, but retesting and trying to hold at 168. That's absolutely beautiful for the overall market. Now, I want to make sure my head's right, my mind's right. So I want to make sure I'm looking at my trades, making sure everything's A-okay. So in my trades, yes, we're up a little bit here. We're not, you know, this being for the long haul, that's not something that I need to check very often. All I need to do is make sure that my stop is in place. So how do you put a stop in place? Well, if we do it, really easily, we could just come to this active trader and scroll on down, you know, until we got down to here. I am going to wait. I'm going to wait because I'm going to be here all day. I don't need to have a hard stop set. We know where my stop is, 232.15, and we know that that is a soft stop, because if this thing breaks and clears and then starts ripping up higher, I'm just going to hold, you know. But if I was away from my computer today and I was at work, I would make this a hard stop. So if I walked away from here, I knew when I came back, if I were losing money, it would only be that $100, okay? And it's very important to know exactly how much your account has the ability to lose. And you always want to know that, guys, because you don't ever want to be, the market's going to surprise you from time to time. It's definitely going to surprise you. But if you can eliminate a lot of those surprises and you can have more control over the outcomes in your trading, you need to utilize that. If you're not utilizing the outcomes of your trades, then you're gambling. And I don't want to see anybody gambling here. Now, I know it's fun and you can YOLO, and I might YOLO once in a while, but if I YOLO, it's only with $1, yo. All right? Wow, I sounded old saying that. I'm showing my age. The gray hairs are peering through. But hey, it is what it is. Let's keep on keeping on, because I want to see what is going on with Microsoft. Microsoft, a clear leader in this market and has been for multiple decades, I do believe. Now breaking out 304.58. It doesn't seem like much is holding Microsoft back. So absolutely amazing. So absolutely love seeing Microsoft up in these areas. And will they hold? Can it hold these areas? I mean, when you see things break out of key areas like this and start to head higher, it's really hard to want to buy shares, because you're like, well, I'm buying at the peak. I'm buying at the peak and I'm worried about the pullback. Well, you should be, because buying breakouts is dangerous. Buying at highs is dangerous. But, there's been a few great traders that say, buy dear, sell dearer. I'm pretty sure that's Darvis. Darvis said that. And also, Jesse Livermore, I believe, once said, the stocks that usually go higher, or that are trading at a higher price, usually go higher. So those are just a few excerpts of some great traders that I've studied, that they say, if you can find yourself, now let me just say this. Okay, now this was an earnings gap up. You could have played the earnings gap up. This would be a great earnings gap up to try and play, because you'd be in this trade right here on the earnings gap up, okay? You'd break this range and then you use this as a stop loss. So this is where you would be in it, okay? Let's go ahead and change that green so you have an understanding where that's at. This is where you would be in the trade, and this is where you would exit the trade. And depending on what your risk tolerance was, would be how many shares you would get. So you would be in at that $300, which is beautiful because it's a psychological level and it's a price action level now of a range break on the 1 hour. So this being your stop out at 192, to make it easier, we'll just say it's 190, and then you would understand, you could calculate depending on how many shares that you wanted. So if you want to risk $10, you'd only take one share. One share is $10, and there you have it. That is how I play the earnings gap up trades. And if you played Microsoft, if I was able and had the time to play Microsoft, I would be in Microsoft right now. And depending on what you're looking at, we would be up 1.66% on this trade. Now, if you don't, and you don't have the ability to, and you missed your chance of getting in, don't just have fear of missing out and hop on in. You need to have a different way of entering. Personally, my different way of entering is this huge gap up. I want to see this thing pull back, trade sideways, and let a 10 or 21 day moving average catch up to it. If I can wait for that to catch up and it starts to ride and show me that it is using that 10-day moving average as an area, it's showing conviction that that 10-day area is being watched, then I might take a long using that 10-day moving average as a stop out. Okay, so that's just something I'm looking at on Microsoft. Let's take a look at AMZN, because AMZN had a beautiful push yesterday, a crazy push yesterday, I should say. It really was the talk of the town, jumping up. Now it's crazy to hear, but a huge stock like AMZN jumping up 11, was that 11%? I think 11%, and then failing right back down. You guys, you got to be careful with this stuff. That's why I say I don't like to play earnings. I like to play after earnings. So now earnings is done, right? It ramped up, it came right back down, and now it's trading at the same exact area. Well, not same exact area, but a little lower than yesterday's close. So, excuse me. So that being said, depending on how you ingest this information, we are on an uptrend, okay? We are above a 200-day moving average, and we are starting to make a nice little cup with a handle. So personally, I would like a few more days to ingest the rest of this information, and if it still continues to look positive, then we are going to be able to make a trade on AMZN for our longer term accounts. I do want to point out that was on volume. Nice little packet of volume right there for us, okay? So listen, guys, I've been talking, but if you have not seen the stock that you want me to look up for you, if I have not went over it yet, you need to throw it up in the chat. That's the only way you're going to get me to react. So throw that up in the chat, guys, and I'll be happy to go over it for you. I think we went over pretty much a little bit of everything. So I'm going to go over what I want to, and if you don't like it, you're going to have to say something. RETA. Now, I played RETA. I played RETA from back here. And when I played RETA, we got in this thing, and I loved it. We made about 40 or 50 bucks off of it, stopping out because of that 10-day moving average. So yes, I did play exactly what we were talking about for Microsoft, what I'm looking for. So we've seen all this. We've seen it riding and playing on this 10-day moving average. We've seen that it was going to break out of its tops. So I got in a nice amount of shares, just 25 shares, nothing too crazy. And we played this thing until it broke that 10-day moving average. When it breaks and closes below it, that's when I'm looking to get out. And that's exactly what we did here. So very pumped, very happy to see that this trade worked out, making a small gain, and we're going to see, just keep an eye on it, see what ends up actually happening for it. So I can go at, I want to see WAL. So WAL, I liked actually seeing WAL breaking out of this area. Now, holding a 10-day moving average, this might have a nice little push to the north side if it can hold these areas. Now, this is a bank stock. It's very speculative. We don't know exactly what's happening, but it did come out with earnings. It actually had better than expected earnings. So WAL, Western Alliance Bancorp, doesn't look like it's one that we need to worry too much about. But with saying that, I don't know anything about bank stocks. Warren Buffett says, if you're going to be getting into any of these stocks, you should know about what you're looking at. I don't know anything about the banks, so I can't really contest. I can't really say too much about what's happening in the bank sector. But, it is what it is, guys. So all I use is the technical analysis. If I use technical analysis on this, I can say, hey, this is holding a 10-day moving average. It did beat its expected earnings. Will this hold? Well, we might be able to use this area of 37 as an area of support. If it doesn't want to hold that support and it wants to break through, then that might be the area where we get out. Maybe we use that as a stop. So we're going to keep that on our watch list just to make sure we know what's going on. So I do like hubs. I do love hubs in this area, and a part of me really wants to play this hubs because it's tested multiple times, and with the market, the way the market's looking right now, I do really like hubs in this area. So if I were to play this on an opening range breakout, we're gonna have to wait and see what hubs looks like in the morning, because right now it's range. You guys, this is what's crazy. This is why you don't want to play pre-market unless you know what the heck you're doing. Let's just say I hopped in there and then just bought whatever that they were selling it for. Right now, the bid is at $425.72 and the ask is at $440. Okay, so wow, we're talking what is that? $15? Ooh, excuse me, $15 range? $15 range? that can mess your account up, guys. You could hit that and you could just get smacked. So be very, very careful. Ivan, what's going on, Ivan? Good to see you. You were the first to comment this morning. Very, very happy with that. But did I go over the PCE? The PCE index? We can go over the PCE one more time, guys. So the PCE did come out. The core PCE prices in the U.S., which exclude the food and energy, they rose by 0.03% month over month in March of 2023. The same pace as the prior month, in line with market expectations. So it basically came out as expected, guys, as expected on the overall PCE index, which depending on how you take that information is completely up to you. I can say the market kind of took it neutrally. It ramped up when the news first came out, and then it sold back off. So if you don't know, the core PCE is the core personal consumption expenditure price index. It measures the change in the price of goods and services purchased by consumers for the purpose of consuming, okay? It excludes food and energy. So we're talking about foods and drinks, or, you know, things that we use, guys, things that we use, not cars, not electricity, you know, not stuff like that. It's the actual personal consumption, what we use and what they're buying for us at the stores. Okay, so I hope that gives you a better understanding, and how you take that information is completely up to you, because the market is going to take it how it wants to take it. So you're absolutely welcome, Ivan, and you know, I really appreciate you being in here, brother, and coming on over from the Wolf Trading. There's a really cool group of guys over there. They're very active, so I do like hanging out with them. How does the PCE affect stock market? You know, that's a really good question. So it depends on who you ask. But personally, what happens is you have this data that comes out, and you know the Fed is using these data to help understand whether they should raise interest rates or decrease interest rates, or just stop hiking altogether. So if we know that the federal government is going to be using this data to either raise or lower interest rates, that is in turn going to show the market whether. So let's put it this way: if the Fed sees this and they don't see any slowdown in the rate of growth, they're going to increase the I'm having a brain fart. Let me take a sip of coffee. They're going to increase the rate hikes. And if they increase the rate hikes, that makes it harder for people to borrow that money. If it's harder for people to borrow that money, then people cannot spend that money. If you don't have people spending money and you don't see people gaining more and new jobs to continue the price rate hike, then we're going to see things starting to come down. If prices come down and people start to lose their jobs, then we know the growth of the economy is starting to shrink. That means we have less fear of inflation, but then we have more fears of recession. So we're kind of sitting on a pivotal point. So when you ask, how does PCE affect stock market? Well, PCE doesn't directly affect it as to where the data and who ingesting that data is going to translate to. So it affects multiple scenarios. So it depends on who you ask, and it depends on how that person explains it. But it's affecting stocks because the overall Fed is going to use that data to inject the market either with money or with less money. That's probably the easiest way to say it, right, guys? So achromatic, I hope I explained that to the best of my knowledge, and I hope you found a little bit of understanding out of that. So keep that in mind, guys. The market will take this how it will. You might think this is the best thing for the market, but it might be the worst. So we will continue to see how it's holding. But right now, the PCE data looks like it's coming out in the more positive side for the overall market. Now, guys, we have less than 15 minutes till market open. So if you are looking at something, maybe you're in a trade that you need someone to take a little extra peeky gander at, you want to see me take some technical analysis and work up your trade, well, let me know in the comment section. What are you watching? What are you looking at? What are you trading today? And oh, don't forget, guys, don't sleep on it. Don't sleep on it. We have a poll out. Go ahead and take a look at my screen, guys. Just go ahead and take a little peeky gander up here. If you scroll on down, we have 12 votes right now. Will we hold Thursday's gains on the SPY? Right now, we are 50-50 with 12 votes. 50-50. Some of you, 50% are saying yes, 50 are saying no. That is a beautiful thing. You know you love to see it right down the middle, because then we have a fair fight. And I like to see a fair fight in the market, because you know I'm a bear with bull horns. What is going to happen today is going to be the real question here. So I think that's a great question. Go ahead and vote on the poll. And then, of course, smash this like button, guys. We're up to 10 likes right now and 14 watching. Come on now. I know there's 4 of you out there that can go ahead, take a quick second, give me a smash on that like button. And if you haven't already, if I brought you any value or any entertainment to your life, hit that like, hit that subscribe button, guys. It helps me out tremendously. We have an ever awesome growing community here, and we want to get up to that 500 subscriber. We only need 50 more, baby. So let's keep on keeping on, because I want you to be here for me just as much as I want to be here for you. So let's jump right back into it. And I will be keeping an eye on the chat. So if you guys have anything that you want me to look up, just go ahead and throw it in there. So the overall market is looking absolutely scrumptious, guys. I do like to see it continuing to try to push and hold that area of 410. You know that's a very, very important area. Now, I'm not seeing anything too crazy popping up on my gap up scanner when it comes to earnings. Let's look at our gap up scanner for our low floats. It's AGBA looked like it popped up, went all the way up to $9, now trading back down here at $3. That's why we don't like to take those plays at the highs, guys. So yeah, Ivan, thank you, Ivan. I do appreciate that. GSUN now very volatile here, trading at $1.87. It looks like it reached a peak of about $2.20 and now pulled right back down. So be very, very careful with these ones that I'm bringing up right now, guys, because these are extremely volatile stocks. They are usually low float and crap ticker names. They're pump and dump, if you will. So these are what I'm just looking at. This is all that's popping up on my gap up scanner. It's really nothing too crazy. I would love to know what some of you small cap guys are keeping an eye on right now. So let's go ahead and look at our semiconductors. So Qualcomm looks like it's trading at its lows. SMH looks like it's playing at an area of support. NVDA, our leader, trading at 273.12. Taiwan Semiconductors bouncing off that 200-day moving average. AMAT, also known as Applied Materials, trading above a 200-day moving average at 111.36. ON, another semiconductor corporation, just trying to bounce off that 200-day moving average. We have, one thing I haven't looked at in a while is AEHR. Wow, look at that huge sell-off there. AEHR started turning into a low float penny stock when it got up into this area. Absolutely crazy. You know, it's just hilarious because I love AEHR, but I remember actually calling my financial advisor up here at this peak. You know, after it just ramped up, it started to break through. I called him and I said, hey, I got an extra 10 grand sitting on the side. I don't want to spend it. I know this is breakout at the highs. It's very, very speculative, but I want you to take a look at AEHR and let me know what you think. And he looked at it and he goes, Dave, I just can't see you putting 10 grand into this thing up here at these peaks, and it's just good to surround yourself with like-minded individuals, because if you get too excited about a stock or you feel like you have too many biases towards one thing, it's good to reach out to those respected people and ask them. And they say, hey, look, I know how you trade. I know how you do things, and this isn't something that you want to do. And I'm glad I didn't, and I have a lot of respect for him because, sure enough, this thing had a huge pullback. Now, of course, this might be a better area to be looking to take a long, but I don't like this stock anymore because it was chop city. When you see things moving this much in a bigger stock like this, I don't want to be a part of it. I don't want that kind of stress in my life. So I want to see things move a little bit more methodically rather than ripping up or ripping down to the south side. So now I want to go ahead and take a look at my stocks and see how they're doing. Good old Disney. Are we still heading to the south side, Disney? Well, it sure looks like we are. We're up if I'm in at $100, it looks like we're up about $60 right now. Now, of course, my active trader is only going to say $33, but you can see here my average price on the short is $100.01. We're trading at 99.40. You can do the math. I'm not going to just try. I've tried to be as transparent as I can on this channel, and that's why I say things like this, like, hey, this active trader isn't right. We're actually up more money, because I will tell you the same if I'm down more money, okay? But right now, active trader's acting kind of silly. We're going to see if it actually spits out the real number at market open, so maybe we can give you the real number. So here, if it wants to break on down, I'd love to take profit at 97.70. If it wants to come on down there and take some profits when it gets down there, then I would be happy to do that. So we'll see if it actually wants to do that, or if it wants to try and hold new higher lows and head up higher, retesting that down trend line that I played off of in the first place. Let's go ahead and take a look at some other hot swings. We have Coinbase down here, way down here at these bases. I'm going to give this a few more days to see if it wants to hold these lows and start to curl, because I really think Coinbase could be a beautiful one, a beautiful stock to trade if it stays above a 200-day moving average. So because it's below, it's kind of off my list. I'm just kind of letting it play out. Now I'm going to run through these stocks really quick because we don't have too much time. We only have about 8 more minutes until market open. So if you are here for the pre-market prep, congratulations. Pat yourself on the back. A lot of people like to consider themselves traders, but they don't do anything for their pre-market prep. So you being here right now is an absolute glorious thing for your trading, and for me, of course, because I am an introvert that needs attention. So thank you for being here. Thank you for being here for me, and I'm glad I can be here for you. Now I'm going to run through these. We have SPOT still trading sideways after that earning gap up, looking absolutely beautiful. We have SCYX just kind of trading sideways, just keeping an eye on that to see if we can find a range break. ISRG looks like it's having that pullback. I want to see ISRG follow this 10-day moving average, squat down on top of it so I can find a nice area for a long. Let's keep on keeping on. FNV, we're going to just move right on through these guys because the market is going to be opening very, very soon, and I don't want to miss out. We're going to have some market open volatility, that is for gosh darn sure, and I hope that we can take a tasty trade in front of you guys today. Now, I have been looking at my overall statistics, and it's showing that usually I'm making more money in the afternoon than I am during the morning open. So that's one thing that I do want to keep in the back of my mind. I'm not trying to switch my rules up. I'm not trying to do something or do anything differently as of right now. I'm just keeping that in mind, that I make more money afternoons than I do during the mornings. And if that's the truth and that can hold truth, then maybe a new disciplinary rule comes in very soon. But until that time comes, I'm just going to keep on keeping on. So let's go ahead and take a look at Meta, since we haven't looked at Meta. Is Meta going to hold this area? That would be absolutely beautiful. I would love to see Meta hold this 237.59, because if not, and it starts to break down, well, you know where my line in the sand is been drawn. So now we have 4 minutes, 30 seconds till market open. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Today is going to be an absolutely glorious day. We have the SPY up over here on the left-hand side. We have Meta up over here on the right-hand side. If you got something that you need me to watch, you need to let me know. I want to know, baby. Let me know in the comments what is going on, baby. So here we go. We got 4 minutes. I am pumped. I am ready for today, baby. Today is going to be a great day, and I hope you guys are ready to make some money with me. Let's do this, baby. So let's run through these really quick. Well, I only have a few more minutes. I want to see where everything's sitting. Netflix kind of playing in the middle. Microsoft at all-time, for the year, all-time highs, looking absolutely scrumptious above that $300 psychological level. Let's go look at Amazon, AMZN, just trading sideways at 107.86. Meta now trading at 239.11. Will it hold? NVDA playing right there at its peaks, 172.90, as Tesla is running right back into that resistance area of 160.54. We have Apple, AAPL. Apple's delicious and nutritious. Looks like it's trying to hold in that 168 area. Will it be able to continue to hold? Who knows? Google next up at 107.14, also into a area of resistance. Now, can Google hold these areas, making new higher lows? Only time is going to tell, so we're going to see very, very soon. One thing, honorable note here is Riot. Riot does look like it's trying to hold and wants to hold. right is going to be determined by Bitcoin. So we could take a look at Bitcoin really quickly if we wanted to. Bitcoin is now trading right back up at those highs. It gained back most of that pullback that we had. We were expecting a pullback and then we got one. So that's absolutely beautiful. Now, since the market's opening in 2 minutes, we're going to bring up the SPY over here on the left-hand side, and we will bring up the QQQs over here on the right-hand side, and we're going to see what exactly wants to happen in these areas. So we have 2 minutes, 30 seconds till market open. I hope you guys are ready. I hope that you've seen the lines that we drawn, the education that we had spilled out. We spewed out to you guys, and we have this uptrend right here. This is my main watch right here. This uptrend here, if it wants to continue to hold that uptrend and keep rejecting off that uptrend, that might be a sign that we want to head lower. But if this thing keeps holding these new higher lows, keeps holding all of this push that it had, what a beautiful push. You don't see this type of push very often, just straight up, guys, looking absolutely scrumptious for the overall SPY. So I love to see it. Love to see it. You love to see it. You know I'm a bear with bull horns. I'm ready to swipe down with the rest of them. But if the overall market wants to hold off, then you can add money to 401k. You can add money to your Roth IRA. You can add money to those long-term swing investing accounts. So let's hope, and I say that respectfully, hope that this market can continue to head to the north side. Now, we have 1 minute, 30 seconds. I'm going to keep a very close eye today on earnings. We want to see the best and the biggest earnings gap ups that we can see. And right now, we don't have anything too crazy, but I'm sure end market open things will change up on us. So we have some things that we want to watch, some things that we want to do. One thing that I really want to keep my eye on is HUBS. So we're going to keep an eye on a little bit of everything today. But with the market opening in 1 minute, guys, we have less than a minute before market open. I hope that you're ready. Tell me, what are you watching? What is going on with you? And how much money are you going to make today? No, don't tell me that. That's actually, all right. Here we go. Market is opening up in 42 seconds, guys. 42 seconds. I'm absolutely pumped. Let's do this, baby. I'm going to make sure my Disney trade is still okay. Maybe I even put on Disney over here on the right-hand side. Yep, and then we'll put the SPY on this left-hand side. And as long as you guys are with me, okay, here we go. We got 20 seconds, guys, and it looks like Disney is starting to pull back a little bit for me. I wish it would show me the actual price that I'm in it, because that would be a beautiful thing. I'd like to. There we go. It's starting to update now. 68 bucks. We're actually up over 100 bucks on this trade right now, but that's a-okay. We got 2, 1. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is market open. If you are not ready, you should have been here for the pre-market prep, baby, because we are ready. And here we go, right off the get. Disney is looking like it's getting a nice little perk right there, back up towards those tops. We're going to see what exactly wants to happen with it. The SPY trading at 411. We're going to go ahead and zoom in since we know what is to be expected. Now we're on the 5 minute for the S&P 500. Let's go ahead and see what wants to come of the day. Now we have our alerts out. We know what we want to see, baby. We are up about $53 on this Disney trade. Let's go ahead and take a look at Meta and see how Meta's happening. Good morning, Ginger Hopper. It's good to see you. Mama's here. Mama, this one's for you. This is Silly Sips Coffee. I got the Ethiopian blend today. It's got the milk chocolate notes in it. And you go to you can go to Ethiopian.com. You can go to SillySips.com to order your coffee as well. That's who's sponsoring us today. Now the SPY is trading at 411.91. Anything above that 410 is going to be absolutely beautiful for that area of the market, as Meta wanting to push up there at 239.65. We're up about $21 on that trade. Now will SPY come back up to that 413 area and then have a rejection? That is what we want to see here today. Maybe not the rejection, but we want to see it heading on higher. But you know I'm a bear with bull horns. If we have the opportunity to short, you know, gosh darn, I will if I need to. It looks like the QQQ is at 320.22 as the SPY is sitting at 411.78. Ladies and gentlemen, things are looking very interesting as the IWM now trading at 173.32. Will it make it back up to this 174 area to try and retest, maybe break through today, trying to hold that 174 area? That would be very, very interesting. I would love to see that, as the NASDAQ just right away kind of getting a quick sell-off move, and which is to be expected, as we shown you guys earlier, that right up there at that 13,200 area, we have seen it reject multiple times. Let's take a look at the Dow Jones. Looks like it's down 26% at open, just flushing out, as the dollar looks like it also is having a nice little pullback at 101.81. Now let's go ahead and look at the VIX. Is the VIX? No, the VIX looks like the volatility is still dropping off lower than what it had ended at yesterday. Netflix looks like a small pullback at the morning open, down 30.38%, as Microsoft also getting a small pullback. Well, the other indices are getting small pullbacks. Let's see how Amazon's doing right now. It looks like it's getting a nice little pop up there. It's got up to $110, now trading at 108.02. Let me take a sip of coffee, guys. Whew, that was a long break. Now let's take a look at Meta. Well, I'm already looking at Meta on the right-hand side, so we'll skip that because Meta's doing A-okay. Excuse me. Meta looks like it's really just trying to hold those gains, as some things are having pullbacks. Meta looks like it wants to just trade sideways right now, not doing much of anything on my 5-minute time frame. Excuse the coughing, guys. Goodness gracious. Got a little tickle in the back of the throat, and I'm trying to talk through it. NVDA, right back up there into that resistance of 173, now breaking down to 270.237. I shouldn't say breaking down, though. It's just having a pullback. What we are expecting to happen, a nice little pullback, but where is that pullback going to pull back to? We want to see new higher lows for the bulls. We need to see new lower highs for the bears. But right now, Tesla looks like it's having a mean pullback at 159.02. It's finding that area that I drew out for you in pre-market as resistance. The 160 area is having a little bit of a pullback there. So where is that pullback going to end? That is the real question. AAPL, delicious and nutritious, looks like it's cleared. It's not cleared. It just below at 169, you heard it here first, 169, Apple hit 169.02 and then started to have a pullback now at 168.48. Will it form new higher lows, trying to break those highs and continue to head higher? That's an absolutely great question, and I appreciate you asking. And if you do love Ethiopian coffee, this one's actually called the Elated Ethiopian. The Elated Ethiopian is absolutely awesome. If you guys don't know, every time that you buy Silly Sips coffee, they actually donate 10% to the Child Mind Institute. The Child Mind Institute is an independent national nonprofit dedicated to transforming the lives of children and families struggling with mental health and learning disorders by giving them the help that they need to thrive. So I can relate to this. The gentlemen, the veterans who actually created this coffee, they can relate, and I hope you can relate as well. So that is our sponsor today, and I absolutely love this ground coffee. He sent it to me fresh, and I was absolutely happy to see a few days later I get this awesome coffee mug in the mail too. So you can actually find all of that at sillysips.com. Right here is the coffee that I bought. You can get $3 off today, guys, and that is our sponsor. So you know I love to shout them out, especially when it lines up with what I am trying to do here. We want to help people. We want to serve the people. That is what I'm here for. I am here for you, and I hope that you are here for me too. And if you are, make sure you hit that like, hit that subscribe button, guys, because I am here every Friday doing live trading, live analysis, and live commentary. I absolutely love this stuff. I have a passion for it, and now that the market is open, we have a lot to talk about. The S&P 500, the SPY, now pushing up higher right here at 412.23, looking absolutely amazing. Is it going to smack right back in to that uptrend line and then show some resistance, or do we break on through and start heading even higher? That is a great question, and I am glad that you asked. The QQQ looks like it's just still trading sideways at open. We had a small pullback now at 319.71. Not sure what the QQQ wants to do, but I do want to check my trade. So let's look at Disney, looking like it's pushing right back up to the area that I had purchased it at, 99.88. Does Disney want to continue to hold these areas and push on higher? I'm not going to get rid of these shorts too quick. I'm going to hold on to let it work out a little bit, but right now it's not working out too good. We are only up about $2 or $3 on this Disney short, but if it wants to continue to head lower, I have the shorts in already. If it wants to break out above, we will hold on to it for a good time, but not a long time, because you know I like small losses in big gains. So that's what we're trying to do. I see a lot of hearts coming in through Mama. Mama sending the hearts, and Granny Randy. Good morning, Granny Randy. It's good to see you here. I would take a sip of coffee for you, but I think my heart might explode. I'm drinking a lot of coffee already this morning. I actually brewed myself a cup of coffee before I brewed the Ethiopian, the elated Ethiopian coffee from Silly Sips. So I'm pretty amped up, guys. I'm pretty amped up. So no sips for you, Grandma. You're going to have to sip on your own coffee by yourself for right now, okay? Looks like the SPY now trading at 412.11. What is going to happen with this overall market? Everybody wants to know, and that's what we are anticipating today. We are anticipating that we find out. Is 410 going to hold for the overall S&P 500? Are we going to be able to hold these gains, guys? That is actually what's on the voting channel right now. If you haven't voted, go ahead and take a look at my screen. I will show you how to do so. If you scroll on down, you're going to hit this live button. Make sure you are up to date. Make sure you are up to date so you know what I am saying comes first. And then you can go ahead and vote on this poll right here. This poll right here is going to be it has 16 votes. 56% say yes, it will hold its gains, and 44% of you say no, it won't hold its gains. Very interesting there. And then go ahead and smash this like button, guys. If you smash this like button, helps this channel out tremendously. It makes me feel so good inside. And then, of course, hit that subscribe button. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, because, guys, I want to be here for you just as much as I want you to be here for me. So let's get right back into this. It looks like the IWM, the Russell, is up 0.01% from market open, right back into this resistance area of 173.84. Now, it would be absolutely tremendous if this thing could actually break above this 174 area. It could show a little bit more strength in this market and give us a little bit more a little bit better outlook on the north side, on the bull bias, if you will, because right now, with everything running right into a resistance area at the peak, this might look more bearish than anything. So speaking of that, let's go back to the S&P 500. The S&P 500 is our biggest weighted average index that we look at for the overall market to see how it is laying out. And with it pushing higher, one second. All right back to it, baby. 412.28, looking very, very good in the overall market. It looks like the QQQ wanting to have a small pullback at 319.66, which is overall, it's understandable, guys, after all of that pushing that we had. So let's look at Microsoft, up 0.15%. Microsoft does not want to slow down. This thing is absolute beast, and it looks like we're about to, bam, right there, 305.70, new highs for Microsoft. You heard it here first. This thing is screaming to the north side. We absolutely love to see this for the overall market. That thing is going to be holding up the market because it looks like AMZN down 4.12%. Wow, what a huge fail for that one. Now, we need to see Meta. Looks like it's also pulling back here, trading at 238.35. We're going to see if overall market wants to hold up with Meta, or maybe Meta will hold up the overall market. Now, Disney, it looks like it is having that pullback. We are down about 0.34% for Disney right now. I am seeing some big wicks on this 5-minute at this top. Is it going to be able to break on through these wicks and head on higher? Well, because it's so early into the market open, we will need more time to tell, as AMZN's making new lower lows at 105.04. Guys, please be careful. Make sure you're using proper risk management with any of these trades, because anything can happen in this crazy market. Now, the S&P 500, as I talk, the S&P 500 is still wanting to push up there at 412.34. You know you love to see this market heading on higher, as the QQQs are starting to pull back at 319.67. What a beautiful push the Qs have had overall in this market the past couple of days. You know you love to see it. Guys, the IWM is still trying to push right into that area of resistance. If I didn't know any better, I would try to take a short, but I am rooting for this market, so it's hard for me to want to take a short in this area. Now, these aren't buy or sell recommendations. I'm just a big talking chin hand, waving it around like I just don't care. If you hear it, it's that sloshing, it's that coffee. Ginger Hopper, Mama says Disney is gonna crash. Just my thoughts. Well, let me tell you something, Mama. If Disney crashes, then I will be getting paid today. So let's hope Disney does crash. But I'm not expecting Disney to crash. I am expecting Disney to really try and hold. So I'm expecting a major pullback down to an area of support. So I'm thinking Disney pulls back down to this 97.70 area, and that's why I'm in it for the short. Now, if it wants to break on through and start heading higher above $100, that might be the area I want to get out so I don't get caught in the crossfire. But if Disney does not want to break out of that $100 and it wants to break down, 97.70 looks like a nice area of support. So that's the game plan for that one. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ, because NASDAQ, yes sirree, just as we called out this morning, running right into that resistance area, now trading down here at 13,101. We are expecting a pullback for the overall NASDAQ, and we got that. Same thing for the Dow Jones, right there into an area of resistance. This is a downtrending line that has shown more than once that it is an area that it likes to bounce off of. So if you guys don't see it, I have it drawn out for you here on the bottom left of this chart. You can see the downtrending line. This is why I love technical analysis. Because when you draw these things out and they work to your true standards and you think, wow, that's amazing, that's easy. Well, trading it is a different part, right? Actively trading and holding those and doing what you're saying that you're going to do is what's called discipline. And if you can actually be disciplined, you can actually extrapolate money from this market. If you're not disciplined and you just gamble and you throw money at the market willy-nilly, I promise you, yes, I said willy-nilly, I can promise you, you're going to have a rough time learning in this market. So if you want to learn and you want to get better, make sure you have some form of disciplinary rules. Where are you going to find those rules? Well, you're going to find your rules from your losers, okay? And I always say on this channel, you are a loser unless you're learning. So make sure you are learning from your losers. If you learn from your losers, that's where you're going to find your mistakes. And if you find mistakes, and then you can make a rule to keep yourself from constantly redoing those same mistakes. That seems to be the biggest part of trading, is finding your mistakes and stop yourself from doing those mistakes. It's as simple as that. Now, I say it's that simple, but it's not. It's very hard. It's very hard to be disciplined in this market, especially when you see so many opportunities like I do in the market every single day. So, that being said, we're looking through, we're seeing what is going on in this market. It looks like NVIDIA is getting the pullback that we expected off of that 273.50 area, and now it looks like it's in an area of possible support here. Let me zoom out on the 5-minute. This very well could be an area of support, but I still think we're kind of playing in the middle on this. I still think it could come all the way back down to this area of 263. Very easily could come back down to 263. There's no reason why it couldn't. Tesla looks like it's trying to break down further. It's at 158.04. Looks like Apple down about 0.25% today. Is it going to find a new higher low and start to head higher? That would be absolutely amazing. It looks like Disney here trading at $99.80. It looks like it's really wanting to test me and see, hey, do you really want to be in this short or not? It's getting me questioning my authority and my capability of whether I want to be in something like this. Because if it breaks up to the north side, I'd much rather be on the other side of this trade, as Meta breaking down. So it's funny because I'm Meta long and I'm Disney short, and Disney looks like it's heading higher as Meta wants to start to break down here, it looks like. So we're going to see, does Meta want to hold this 237.50 area, or does it want to start to break on down and make me sweat? So we will see very, very soon if that is what's going to happen here. Now let's go ahead and react to NVIDIA. NVIDIA looks like it hit that 271 area and started to soak up. We have a couple of soaking area candles here on this 271. We're going to see if NVIDIA wants to find new higher lows here. Because as of right now, we're getting mixed signals across the board. We're up about 0.03% in the SPY. It looks like we're getting ready to run right back in to that upward trending line. But remember, we're behind that trend line, so I'm expecting a pullback when it runs into it. Now, Disney, goodness gracious, breaking up higher, now trading at $100.13. Of course it wants to head on higher. This thing does not want to break down just yet. So what am I expecting? Well, I'll tell you this. There's one last thing that I'm expecting for Disney. If it wants to get up here and clear out its pre-market highs, I think that's where the stop outs are, and if it wants to clear out, I might add in a little bit more to this trade and hold on for dear life just for a little bit longer to see if it wants to hold out on that trend line. So we will see. It's not going to scare me out just yet, but if Disney is going one way where Meta goes the other, can you give technical analysis for QQQ? Yeah, good morning, Greg. It's good to see you, brother, and I'd be happy to go over QQQ right now because QQQ is looking hot. There's a lot of different things going on with QQQ. We know that this is a tech heavy. There's about 100 stocks in the QQQ, and it is tech heavy, meaning that this stock holds all of your Teslas, your Netflix, your Microsoft, your Amazon, your Meta, your Google, your Apple. It holds all those big ones. So we can tell from this that it has been very, very hot. So let's look at the daily here. It had this big downtrend that we drew a long time ago for you, and then it broke out on this trend line. It broke out of the trend line, came back down, retested a 200-day moving average, and now is heading higher, forming a new base right here in this area. It tried to break down a few days ago in this base. It broke down to 309 and then just got bought right back up, heading up higher, and then found that it can make new highs in the aftermarket after hours, guys. So right now, in the overall QQQ sector, it's looking very, very strong. The question is, will it be able to hold out on these gains here? That's the real question here. So right now, I wouldn't be able to make a trade on this. I would have to wait so I could react. Is it going to come back down and retest this 314 area before heading higher? Or will it find new higher lows somewhere in this area now and break out on volume, clearing 320? That's the real question here, Craig. And so I appreciate you asking because this is a very, very interesting area in the QQQ. So I'm hands off right now. I'm just going to watch to see what it wants to do. We do want to keep in mind that it is in an area of resistance. If I draw this area of resistance out for you, you can see just right here, just right where it's at, is an area of resistance. So I would expect this thing to have a pullback, but the market has been very surprising the past couple days, and you've seen just how bullish the bulls have been as of yesterday. So make sure if you're taking any type of trade that you use proper risk management. You know where your levels are, you know where your line in the sand is, and you don't go too overboard, okay? So that's what I got for you, Greg. I hope that has earned your subscription so that way you can be here with us every Friday from 8 until 12, guys. I have plenty of time here with you left today, about 2 hours and 10 minutes, so we can still have plenty of time to take trades, do stock analysis, and kick some butt and make some money. So, Greg, thanks for joining. Thanks for the question. And if you guys have any questions for me, just leave them up in chat. I don't care. If you want me to do some technical analysis for one of your trades, for one of your stocks, just let me know. I'll be happy to go over it. And remember, no question is a dumb question unless I'm the one reading it. Then I might make it sound like a dumb question when I'm reading it. So leave your questions, leave your comments, leave your concerns in the chat because I'll be happy to go over them. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at Meta because you guys know I am trading Meta. I'm in where that green line is. I'm out where that red line is. And we're going to try and hold on to this for at least 3 to 5 days before taking out half and then letting the rest ride until it breaks us out of that 10-day moving average. As I speak, Disney looks like we're down about $20 on this thing, but I'm not ready to get out of this. I'm not ready because it hasn't broke these pre-market highs of 129 and it hasn't broke its trend line just yet. So I'm sitting here patiently waiting and watching to see what wants to happen with Disney. DIS. It's in this trend line right here. I'm expecting a pullback. And if too many people are expecting a pullback on this, I could be completely wrong on this. This thing might rip City to the north side, stopping me out for a small loss. But right now, I am looking to find some profitability in this stock if it wants to head on down to this 97.70 area. So that's what I'm looking for. A part of me wants to add in this area just because it made a double top here now, and if it doesn't want to break out higher, this might be a very interesting area for a short sale add. So I'm just keeping an eye on it, just looking at it. I know for a fact, anytime that I add into my trades, it always ends up making it a lot harder trade for me. Yes, the SPY is pushing. Thank you, Ivan. The SPY is pushing up there to that 413 area. Now remember, this is an up trend line that I have drawn out here for you guys. This is an eye beholders. Take a little peeky gander, because if it breaks through this and then comes back down to retest, we might have ourselves a bullish little market. So Disney trying to make me sweat here up here at these peaks. We want to see Disney fail in this area only because I have a short sale. But you know, if you have Disney long and you're holding on to it, it looks absolutely scrumptious here. This might be a nice area for opportunity, but I am not giving you any buy or sell recommendations. I am shorting this stock, but it is looking very nice so far in this overall market. So absolutely beautiful for Disney right now, not if you are shorting it, but we will see what happens in the very short term. Now, IWM, goodness gracious, it did break that area of resistance at 173.85. Now above it. Will it be able to hold these gains? Maybe it comes back down and retest this area before heading higher. Either way, we want to see IWM continue to the north side for the overall market. Let's see. All right, we need to see the gap up on earnings. CVRX looks like it had a huge gap up on earnings. Now trading up here at 1202. We have IMZN up 20% right now. Looks like it is having an opening. What is Imugen? So Imugen, we could actually play a 5-minute range break on Imugen right now. Let's see, what did it break above any ranges? No, nothing crazy. So I'm just looking at the earnings gap ups right now, guys, to see if there's anything that's out that interests me. SkyWest, SkyWest looks like it's really breaking out here. Wow. SkyWest is breaking out. It gapped up over 15% and now is just ripping to the north side, creating new highs. Wow, what a crazy move for this stock. Absolutely running right now for SKYW. Wow, take a look at that if you haven't already, guys. That looks absolutely interesting. COUR. COUR is also a gap up. It didn't do anything too crazy. APPF. Oh, wow, that's a nice one too. One thing I need to look at is the VKTX. VKTX back up here, bouncing off that $20 area. Looking pretty interesting. Looks like it's trying to get some volume in this $20 area. This might be a nice long if the overall pharmaceuticals wants to continue to hold, but because it has all this overhead resistance, this might not be the best area to take along. So just taking a look at a little bit of everything. Let's see what else is moving, baby. XOM, Microsoft, looking good. All right, let's take a look at Lulu, guys. Lulu looks like it's wanting to continue to hold these 10-day moving averages. That's absolutely amazing for Lulu. The fact that they can continue to hold up is a really good sign for that stock. FNV looks like it's trying to hold this 21-day moving average, creating a nice little bull pennant. Let's go ahead and take a look at this bull pennant here. You got this bull pennant. It looks like it's forming. It's wanting to hold these lows of 150, which is a nice psychological level as well. Now what we need to see is some volume, but do keep in mind that they're coming out with earnings on the 3rd of next month. Let's take a look at Costco, guys. And I need to see how my trades are doing. So Meta looks like it's still just trading sideways. And Disney looks like, let's see. Disney looks like it's, well, maybe it finally did it clear. It did clear, yay! So Disney cleared out those pre-market highs. And that's what I was telling you guys. A lot of times, if you're a market maker, you don't want a ton of people in here. So you would normally set a stop here just over the pre-market highs or any type of high. And if you're a market maker trying to make sure that there's not a ton of people in that you're fighting against, you might want to push this thing up above these areas. Now, Disney's a huge stock. You know, I'm not saying that there's somebody in here pushing it, but a lot of times if there is a huge area of liquidity, like a huge area of stops, a lot of times your algos will want to push towards that. Your big market heres, they'll try to push towards those areas to clear out that area of liquidity before heading one direction or the other. So that's why I said earlier, if it comes up here and it, clears this $100 area, I don't want to just get out right away because that's where a lot of stops are being set. So now that it's cleared out and it's pulled back, if it wants to hold this area at all in this area, if it continues to hold and trade sideways, that's going to make me a little bit more nervous. That's going to show me that the bulls are starting to start heavy and they're starting to gather in here and things are starting to go. But I still want to hold on to this short because I still am true on that downward trend line. And if it wants to break to the north side, then I might completely change my bias on Disney itself. So let's keep on keeping on, guys. I want to see SPY. And we need to see what else. Okay, so SPY is right there now, right at that area that I was telling you about. That's retesting that upward trend line that it's held for so long, and then it broke down from, now back up, retesting, trading at 412.66. It looks like we're starting to see a little bit of sell-off in that area that I pointed out for you. Now, if it can break up above this, it's going to look absolutely amazing for the overall market. I'll be happy. I'll be happy to see it. I will definitely be happy to see it for the overall market. Let's go ahead and take a look at QQQs and see how they are holding up. The QQQs look like they, in the morning, broke out right into that resistance area and then started to break down, holding new higher lows so far for the day. On this 5 minute, it's looking like it's trading above the VWAP, the volume weighted average price area. And if it wants to continue that higher, that's going to look great for the overall market. So we're going to have to give it some more time to see, guys. We need more time to see. So Ivan says, what's the level for SPY? Well, that's a great question, Ivan. So what I have for the SPY, my technical analysis for the SPY, is that we have this area of support right here at 410. I've been watching this area at 410 for the longest time. Now, the fact that we have touched this 410 area and we're bouncing off of it and we're heading up higher, and now we're into this 412, 413 area, the uptrend, that's kind of where my areas lay, in between 413 and 410 right now. Now, not to say the market can't rip up higher and form new higher lows. It definitely can. It's showing that it can make those type of moves. But the real question is, does it want to pull back first and retest 410 before heading higher in power hour? That's where the question lies. So those are my levels right now. I would say I'm more bear bias in this situation for the short term. So for intraday, I am gonna guess, and I say it's a guess because nobody knows for sure, that we are going to see a pullback here at 413 and heading towards 410. Now, will it make it all the way back down to 410? I'm not so sure. Will it even pull back here? Everything could change on a dime, but I'm expecting a pullback in the SPY right now, and then maybe find new higher lows somewhere down here, and then start to head up higher in a little bit. Okay, I think it's a little too early for it to just rip through everything and head to the north side. So here we go. We are starting to get that pullback like we just talked about. So that's what I'm expecting, Ivan. I'm expecting a pullback, a retest of around 410, 450, 411 area, and then head to the north side. And I'm just being hopeful that we head to the north side. I'm not saying that it's going to head to the north side. After a huge push that we had on Thursday, you can expect some pullback. You can expect some pullback, but you want to see it holding most of those gains. So we're going to see if it does want to come back down here to 410 and hold most of those gains. As Disney is still trying to hold out in this area. It's making me a little bit sweaty here. So look, I'm yawning. Let me take a sip. You know what? This one's for you, Granny Ranny. Taking a silly sip from the coffee company Silly Sips Coffee out of the Silly Sips Coffee mug. The elated Ethiopian with those hints of chocolate. Absolutely delicious. This one is for you, Granny Ranny, not for me. And that is some good coffee, ladies and gentlemen. You can go to the SillySipsCoffee.com to get your products now. We have the Silly Brazilian up here, the Happy House Blend, and the Elated Ethiopian. You can get $3 off right now if you go to check out Silly Sips Coffee, guys. Silly Sips Coffee is our sponsor, and I'm drinking the Elated Ethiopian. I absolutely love these guys. They are veteran-owned. They are a veteran-owned coffee company who also give 10% of their proceeds to the Children's Mind Institute. The Children's Mind Institute definitely helps children like myself. They are an independent national nonprofit dedicated to transforming the lives of children and families struggling with mental health and learning disorders. So this is my bag, and I hope that you guys can find it in your hearts to order yourselves a bag if you like coffee. If you don't like coffee, well then order it for your mom, order it for your dad, order it whoever will put a smile on their face. Now, right back to it. It looks like we got a baby in here. It is baby time. If you don't like baby time, well then we don't like you either. It is baby time, baby. So we need a baby. Can I get myself a little baby? Come here, mister. Hi, mister. This is my baby. He is my trader baby, and he makes me lots of money. He is wearing a green shirt today. I don't know why Mama put him in green, because I'm expecting a pullback, but hopefully we can hold new higher lows and head to the north side. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you like baby and you want to see more of baby, hit the like and subscribe button for more baby. Say goodbye, baby. Bye. We love you. Beep boop bop beep boop. My mom said I need to take this. Okay, Mama, I guess I'll take drugs while I'm on air. That's weird. So Mom says I need to take Benadryl allergy. She's saying that I'm sneezing, itching, watery eyes, runny nose, or itchy throat. My mom literally just had my wife bring me some Benadryl in this room so I could take it. Well, I'll tell you this, I'm not going to argue with the ladies. I'm just going to take the drugs and hope I don't die. So here we go, taking drugs live on YouTube for you. Here we go. Who knows? Is this really Benadryl? I don't know, but it's drugs and I'm taking it. So, all right. I'm a druggie now. I'm a druggie. Now, it looks like Disney is at 127 cents. $100.27. It's making me itchy. It's making me sweaty. I almost want to put a stop loss in, but I need to wait. I need to give this a little bit more time. I am struggling a little bit on this trade because I just did not expect it to ramp up this high and hold out this high for this long. So I think what I'm going to do is just give it a little bit more time. We have a long time in the trading day, but I am seeing the SPY break out higher. It is breaking that 413 area. It looks like it wants to continue higher, and if it does, that's going to be absolutely scrumptious for the overall market, so you love to see that. Let's go SPY. Keep on heading higher. I guess all you need to do is bring a baby in with a green shirt to see the market scream to the north side. So absolutely love that. Absolutely love that. And the overall QQQ is now trading at 319.95. It looks like this Disney trade is starting to get a little too sweaty for me. Maybe I get out at these peaks if it doesn't want to hold. I get out at these peaks and then get back in if I find a better opportunity. So maybe I set my stop right here at these peaks, or maybe I just give it a few more minutes. Goodness gracious, I'm getting a little excited about that. But what we need to take a look at is Meta. Good old Meta over here. Looks like it broke down that area I bought it in, and now is trying to get back up into that area at 237.48. So absolutely do not like to see this thing breaking down in the area that I had bought it in. So we need to see this thing hold, as Disney it's looking like it really does want to break out here and climb higher. So I think I'm going to go ahead and exit this trade. Just with the overall market looking the way it is, I don't want to be in anything if we are going to be on the wrong side of it. So here it is. Disney, looks like we're going to have to go ahead and get out of Disney for now. Now, I'm not saying that Disney isn't going to break down. What I am saying is Disney has hit my stop loss, and I am not going to sit in Disney if it looks like it's going to keep on heading higher. So breaking this area, breaking this downward trend line, and wanting to head higher now, Disney might be to the long side. So we're going to keep an eye on Disney, because that might be an absolutely beautiful trade. Or maybe if we zoom out and we take a look at this trend line, we can tell that this thing really does want to break down. It does want to break down in this area, and if it doesn't, then that might be a beautiful trade to the long side. So Meta now trading at 237.76. We're up a few dollars on that and down a few on Disney. So we're going to come back and take a little peeky gander at that. Let's take a look at the SPY, now trading at 413.32. Let's go, baby. The absolute Beautiful, beautiful move right here in the SPY. Trading right back up there at those highs in the aftermarket yesterday. Is it going to continue to rip city? If it does, we want to be a part of it, baby. So let's go ahead and take a look at a few of our other honorable mentions like HUBS. HUBS this morning had a huge gap, but now it looks like its gap, well, I still don't care for it. HUBS has a trading range of almost $1, so I don't like that. I'd much rather stick to something a little bit more easy to trade rather than HUBS right now, as Netflix is ramping up. Now trading at 306.94. Wow, absolutely awesome for Microsoft up there at 307.02. Can it continue to scream to the north side? I would imagine it needs some form of break in those areas. AMZN at 105.45 and Meta trading at 237.02. So let's go ahead and head back to Disney, see where it lies, and it looks like it does lie. Only kidding though, guys, it's trading at $150. So it did stop me out of this trade, but I'm keeping a close eye on it to see if it's going to give us any area that we might want to short. Now, NVIDIA bouncing off that same area we just talked about, guys. This is why I draw these areas out for you. 271, it bounced off of that 270, that 271 area, came right back up into its area of resistance. I don't draw these out just because, I like to draw. I draw these out because I love to chart. And right here, I'm showing you guys those psychological areas, the very interesting areas where we would want to find key areas of support and demand, okay? So that's what we're giving you, and that's what it is showing us. So NVIDIA right here at 273.14, trying to show us that it wants to keep on keeping on. So that's absolutely beautiful. As Disney, goodness gracious Disney, this is just, you gotta love to see it, guys. You gotta love to see it. It created a new breakthrough. It broke through this area, and now I'm really thinking about taking a long in this, but I just don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be that guy. And what do I mean by that? Well, the guy that was in it short and then tries to get in it long and then gets stopped out on both sides. That would be embarrassing, right? We don't want that. So let's keep on keeping on. So Disney is breaking out, though. It is breaking out on this area. And when I say breaking out, I'm talking about this downward trend line. It's broken through. So it looks really, really good for Disney and NVIDIA. NVIDIA also breaking through that area. Everything looks like it's wanting to scream higher. That's absolutely beautiful for this overall market. Let's see, does Meta want to scream higher too? Because I remember watching Meta before, yes, and Meta does not. Meta wants to just chill out here on the sidelines and just kick its feet up and relax while everything else is rip city to the north side. So Meta's still down to about 0.55% for the day, as NVIDIA is the opposite of that, ripping up about 0.5% for the day. As Tesla broke down from that area we talked about as resistance, pushed back up into that area, and now is it going to break up above that 160? If it can break up above that 160, that's going to look really, really good for Tesla if it can continue to head higher. So now it looks like Disney's back up there into that $200-day moving average. If it wants to continue to head higher above that 200-day moving average, it's going to look even better for Disney. It's making me really, really itchy. It makes me want to get in this dang trade and flip-flop to the north side, but I cannot do that now. That's not part of my trading rules. So Apple making new highs now, new highs for the years, guys. That is absolutely amazing to see. Apple now trading at 169.08. Wow, what a beautiful, beautiful day to see Tesla making new highs here. So is it going to continue to head higher? I'm looking for a place to get a trade in, and I'm just not seeing it. So I'm not going to force anything, guys. I'm just going to keep my eyes out, keep my ears open, and just be very respectful of this market right now, because the market is just ripping, guys. You love to see this. 414.10 for the overall market as Disney wants to continue to head higher. Goodness gracious. Now I'm really wishing I would have got in right away, but it's a-okay. That's part of trading, guys, if you're missing out. QQQ's now at 320.95. Look at that. What a beautiful day in the overall market. The QQQ is now trading at 320.98. Is this going to act as an area of resistance now? We know that we have had resistance in this area time and time again. If we look back on the history, you can see it's touched 3, 4 different times, 5 different times now, and we're at the 6th time. Is this going to act as resistance, or is the TQs or is the QQQs actually going to break out and continue to head higher in this area? That would be absolutely awesome to see. That would be awesome to see, and I would love to do it here for you guys. Now, listen, there's 10 of you guys watching, and I do appreciate each and every one of you watching. But if you'll do me a favor, just take a look at my screen. We just have a few things I want to go over right now. Is the live button. Make sure you hit that live button. Make sure you are up to date. Make sure you hit this vote. We're not going to be here for too much longer with this vote. We're going to end this vote here very, very soon. Right now we have 20 votes. We want to make sure to get as many as we can so we get an overall understanding of where this community sits right now. 60% of you are saying yes, we will hold Thursday's gains, and 40% are saying no. If we scroll on down here, we can smash this like button. If you smash this like button, it makes me feel a heck of a lot better. I did just take some Benadryl. Apparently my mom can hear me. I'm not, I must be sneezing, itching, watery eyes, runny nose, or itchy throat. That must be me. So I took some drugs on stream. So hit that like button if you like drugs. I'm only kidding. Smash the like button whether you like drugs or not. And then, of course, hit that subscribe button, guys. It's right here in case you don't know. Now you know. That subscribe button is right in this general area. You hit that subscribe button, and we will have a good time. I want to be here for you guys just as much as I want you guys to be here for me. So if you could do me a huge favor and hit that subscribe button, I would greatly appreciate it. Now, Disney up here at 101.12. This is why we have stop losses, guys, because if I was continuing to hold this and hope, then it wouldn't be too fun of a trade. I would be down a couple $100 right now, and it wouldn't be pretty. So that's why I trade like I do. I'm very methodical and very meticulous when it comes to my stop losses, and that's why we are out of this trade. So we took a small loss so that way we can sit back, relax, and wait for the right opportunity, whether to A, short, or B, get back into this trade. So now I'm finding an area of resistance, not just at a psychological 200-day moving average, but also across the board here, we are seeing that this area for 101.14 is an area of resistance. So are we going to see this thing just continue to rip above all of that and continue to head higher? It looks like we are seeing volume come in for the overall Disney trade, which now that I'm looking, there is a ton of volume actually for Disney that has came in. So that looks really, really good. But I am going to take this short just one more time because, guys, I really like this area for a short. So we're going to go ahead and take the short, and we're going to see if we can make a little money off this area. Now, I know the overall market is ripping to the north side, and this is a one of those scratching your head moments like, oh, goodness, you know, now is probably not the best time. Well, that usually is the best time to take a short, right? Now, these aren't buy or sell recommendations. I don't expect or want anybody to take any of the trades I'm taking today, especially because I told you I actually lose money in the morning. Most of my Trader Sync is telling me my best trades are actually going to be in the afternoon. So if I can make trades in the afternoon, that's where I'm making the most of my money. So make sure you're not taking my trades. You're watching and you're learning, whether they're from my winners or from my losers. We want to make sure that everybody stays safe in this market. So right now, guys, let's take a look at the overall S&P 500. So the S&P 500 is up here, way up here at 414.07. That looks really, really good for the overall market. It being able to not only push so hard yesterday, but it also has held those gains and pushed even higher now. So a nice juicy little pullback, maybe forming new higher lows, might be to be expected. But if it doesn't want to and it wants to keep on going higher, well, then you can't deny the strength in this overall market. It absolutely looks amazing for this overall market. So let's take a look at the QQQs, and then we need to go look at, well, let's just see what's going on with Meta. Okay, so Meta's giving us some money. We're making a little money off of Meta now. So now I don't have to be so worried about what's happening with Meta. We're away from our buy-in area, and it looks like we're starting to see some pullback now for for NVIDIA, for Disney. So we'll see how those trades work out for us. And in the meantime, we're going to run through our indices to see what's really going on. So the IWM looks like it's wanting to head higher, now trading at 175.23. So that's really, really good for the IWM. Can it hold those gains? NASDAQ right back up here into its area of resistance. This is going to be a very key area for the NASDAQ. Why do I say that? Well, simply put, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 areas of inflection. If it wants to break above this area, we might see a nice push to the north side. But I do expect, just due to technical analysis, I don't like to think, oh, this time it's different, that we're going to see at least a pullback for that NASDAQ. So we will see very, very soon. Now, it looks like the Dow Jones Industrial did break that downward trend line, and it looks like it's trying to hold above it. So that looks really, really good for the Dow Jones Industrial. Now, it looks like the dollar is at 101.81, so it had a nice ramp up in pre-market, and then it headed right back on down so far today. The volatility index is lower than yesterday's, trading at 1645. Not looking that good for the overall the volatility is a lot lower than it usually is. The Netflix, I say it, the Netflix. Good morning, John Hammer. It's good to see you, brother. Good morning, good morning. Thanks for joining in. Let me know what you're watching. Are you watching any of these? I'm sure you're probably watching HUDI. I bet, let me see, where did that other one just go? CXAI. CXAI is probably going to be a big one on a lot of these, a lot of your low floaters watching these stocks, guys. These low float stocks here. The CXAI is going to be very volatile, very low float stock. So be very, very careful if you're looking at something like this, okay? So let's go ahead and bring it right back to Netflix. So Netflix is ramping up. Remember, we do have resistance at that 332 area. Microsoft still ripping to the north side. Wow, absolutely amazing. I'm done fighting Disney. Disney wants to keep on keeping on. You know, maybe we just, we stop fighting it. We stop fighting the Disney trade, and we say, hey, we want to be friends. We want to be friends. I don't want to fight with you anymore. If you're making money, maybe I can make some money. We all can make a little bit of money off you. But it might want to say, hey, look, we gave you your opportunity. We're going to leave you in the dust, and we're just going to keep on ripping to the north side. And that's exactly what it looks like it's doing on volume, too. So it kind of hurts to see, but that's A-okay, guys. That's part of trading. Sometimes you're going to win. Sometimes you're going to lose. But as long as you're using risk management properly, you'll be able to show up again the next day to keep on keeping on and keep on trading. Okay, next up is Meta. Meta looks like it is just still trading sideways. It's just forming this base in the pre-market after its earnings gap up. It held that base. It ramped up even higher and then pulled back, now holding these new higher lows. So is it going to continue to hold? This 236 seems to be its new area of price action. 236, this 237 area looks like it's going to be its new area of price action. So we're going to see if it wants to keep on keeping on to the north side and if it wants to print us some money. So here we go, guys. We're up and we're doing big things. So we're going to see if Meta wants to keep on keeping on or if it wants to fail on us. Let's take a look at NVIDIA. Good old NVIDIA. What a great stock to see back up here at these highs, a triple top. I did tell you guys I did expect a pullback here. We broke through and we found the pre-market highs now, looking for a pullback on this area as well. So if it wants to continue to pull back, maybe we can find some support a little lower, but it does look like it's creating new higher lows. NVIDIA is still looking like a very, very good trade. So absolutely love seeing what I am seeing for NVIDIA. So absolutely beautiful. All right, let me take a little sip of coffee. As Tesla, wow, you'll love to see it, man. It looks like today Tesla and a lot of other stocks are really surprising me with their movements here today, guys. When you see things like this and you think to yourself, holy crap, it's touched so many times, there's no way it could break back through. But it does. It breaks back on through, and it does it on volume. That's very, very good for the overall market. I like to see everything doing what it's doing today. It's like the market just the market just says, hold my brewski. It's time to go. Everybody's, yeah, Meta did wake up, Ivan. It definitely did wake up, and that's absolutely scrumptious for my account. So let's hope that Meta can keep on keeping on, because I've seen multiple times, guys, where Meta makes these big moves with all these other stocks, and then you see things like Tesla, you see things like Microsoft and NVDA making all these big moves. Well, Meta was just doing its own thing. It's like it's like Disney, where they want to create their own little universe. So Meta now is just kind of trading sideways the past couple days, while everything else is starting to rip and they're starting to do all these things. Well, Meta just trades sideways, and we've seen this happen before. We've seen this happen multiple times with Meta, so I'm really happy to see that it's doing the exact same thing. Okay, so all you gotta do with Meta, or personally, all I am going to do is I'm gonna hold, I'm gonna stay true to my process, and we're gonna hold on to Meta to make sure that it can keep on keeping on to the north side. Now, as we say that, Disney wants to keep on keeping on to the north side as well at 101.50. I love seeing the amount of volume. So if we look at yesterday's volume on this push-up, you can see it's very, very low compared to today's volume. Today's relative volume has to be very, very much increased. So if I just go ahead, I don't know if I have a relative volume on this, but I can just do it in front of you. I'll just type in RELAT relative. So we're going to go and add right now relative strength, so that way we can see what the relative strength is on this stock. And I'll just bring this up to get the biggest relative strengths. And it looks like Meta is up there with one of our highest relative strengths. Next to Netflix, Microsoft, and NVIDIA, Meta is up there as well. But what I really want to see is Disney. So let me bring up Disney. Excuse me, guys. And if we look, Disney, where does Disney land? Disney doesn't even land that high on our relative volume index, but it does show a lot of volume that's coming in. It's abnormal volume for this time of the day. So I do like to see that it's pushing higher. I do like to see it trying to hold some of those gains. So Meta and Disney are the trades that I'm still in right now, and I'm glad to see things are working out finally for them. So let's keep on keeping on, and let's see, what are you guys watching? If there's something that you're watching that I'm not, just let me know in the chat. Guys, I got about an hour and a half while I'm still here. I'd like to do my absolute best to keep an eye on what you are watching. If you're seeing something move that I'm not seeing move, I want to know about it, so that way I can find a tasty little trade in it. Now I'm going to run through the stocks that I have been watching for a while now, and I'd like to see what's going on with them. So COST, Costco, good old Costco, trading above a 200-day moving average, but it is just making these huge ranges. I mean, look at this coil on Costco. When Costco breaks out of this area, you better believe I want to be a part of it, guys. Now, Costco only moves 1.6% in a day, but what I can clearly see is that if Costco does break out of this area, I think we're going to have a huge run to the north side. Now, we're creating new higher lows constantly, creating new higher lows and an upward trending line. Now it's came back down, it's bounced off this trend line again around that 490 area, and now it's pushing higher at 502.56 for Costco. Absolutely amazing for that trade, or it could be amazing for a trade in the near future. So if you guys see this downward trend line and you want to mark it and mark that path on yours, I totally would suggest you doing that. You want to know when this thing breaks out above that 510, 515 area. Trust me on that one. I would love to see it happen. And if this is something that I can get in and have confidence and confluency across the market for this, I definitely am going to go ahead and try and take that trade when the time comes. So my alerts are set, and hopefully we can be here for when it does. So ACCD breaking down tremendously. GOOS. So now I want you guys to understand what GOOS. The last time I looked up GOOS, what I had seen is it had a 30% float interest. Okay, so what does that mean? Well, let's look at the float first of all. What is the float? The float is the amount of shares that you are allowed to trade. We're going to go ahead and get out of half of this Disney. I mean, I almost don't want to, just because there's so much volume. But, you know, I want to make sure that I'm preaching what I say, and I'm just going to go ahead and get out of half of my trades so that way I lock in some profit right here, guys. So I just locked in about $18, okay, for this trade, and now I can let the rest ride. Now, what do I mean by let the rest ride? Well, I can go ahead and set my stop to break even at 101.44. So if I go down here to 101.44, I can set my stop to break even. So now that means that if this trade wants to start to come back down on me, it'll stop me out right here for break even, and I won't lose any more money, okay? So that's why I do that. I took profits already. Now if we get a big pullback, it's gonna stop me out for break even, and then I will just say, hey, that was a good trade. I made a quick 20 bucks on it. And I will be happy with that, okay? So GOOS, back to the play at hand. If I look at GOOS, we know that we have a 53 million share float. Now, one thing that I like to take note is if it's under 100 million shares in the float, it can move very quickly. So we are looking at GOOS, and my next question would be, hey, what is the short percent of the float? The short percent of this float is over 30%, which anything over 25% to me is a very high short interest rate. Now, if this thing is trading above a 200-day moving average and above its main area, I'm expecting this thing to really take off, and I think it has the ability to. Now, it only moves 2.6% in a day, so how much is this going to move today? Well, the average expectant range is only 2.2%, so it's only going to move up about 19 up to the 1969 area or down that same amount, okay? But I do like this breakout, and if we start to see a squeeze on this low float and people start to cover their shares on this thing can really scream to the north side. So what I like to do is I'm just going to go ahead and join the bid, but first I want to make sure we're not too far off. Yes, it is trading within a penny, so I'm going to go ahead and get in 100 shares on this, and we're just going to see what is to be expected. Now, this isn't just a buy, a day trade. This is actually a buy and a hold for a few days, for a few weeks, what have you, to see if we can't actually get this thing to just pop off and head to the north side. So I do like those high short floats. Let's see. Just talking to a few guys outside the chat. Let's see here. Joe Biden, husband's trader. What's he trading? TOP? Let's take a look at TOP, guys. And let me just go ahead and put this up here so I don't forget about it. GOOS. We are long 100 shares for that. Disney looks like it's coming back down, and we need to see Meta. So META, Meta looks like it's breaking down a little bit, not looking like the best of trades. So now we want to look at top TOP. So TOP looks like it came back down. It looks like it's finding a nice area down here at the base. Holy guacamole! Why did this not show up on my my alerts here? Which is absolutely crazy. So guys, we have TOP here going from, wow, 1,325% gain before breaking on down. Now finding some support down here, it looks like at $44, and now trading at $97.57. You need to be very, very careful with this, guys. This is nothing to be messing around with. If you don't know how to play low floats, well, then don't play this low float. This TOP, guys, let me just go ahead and look at the float to see what it has, but I can already tell you it's probably sub, yeah, this is only 5 million float, guys, sub 100. 5 million float. This thing will rip your stinking face off. Be careful with TOP. It is its first green day, meaning anything can happen. Okay, so we want to be very, very careful, very, very careful with the stocks like this. It is halted right now, guys. It is halted right now, so please be mindful about that. All right, let's see. We got another hour and a half in here, guys. So let me know what the heck you're watching so I can watch it with you. And if you haven't already, hit that like, hit that subscribe button so you can be here with me on Fridays where I do live trading, live commentary, live stock analysis. I do this every single Friday, guys. I also do shorts when we hit a nice trade, I like to do a little short on it. I like to do some editing on that. And then, of course, on Sundays, I try to bring you a stock market watch list. So you have a few or a handful of names that you can keep in line with, that you can understand, that you can keep focused on, so that way you have something to watch and something to learn from. Okay, guys? So keep that in mind. Hit that like, hit that subscribe button so you can be here for more. Now, we have Disney still holding up there at 101.67. It looks like it's starting to curl in this area. Makes me want to just get out of the rest of my trades and actually start taking short. So I'm going to go ahead and sell the last 50 here for another $7 win, and then we're going to go ahead and join the ask right now. Hopefully it can get me in on this. I'd love to see this thing start to actually head a little lower on the short side. So we're gonna see if it wants to get me in here. If it doesn't, well, that's a-okay too. You know, that's part of how all this works out for me sometimes, guys. You know, you're looking short, you grab the long, you know. It's just the way it happens, guys. That's why I like doing this in front of you guys, so that way you can learn. You know, some people haven't done any trading, and they go, wow, this is crazy, this is weird, why this, why that, you know, why the other thing, and they have no idea what's going on. So it's almost best if you watch somebody else trade, and you know, whether they're doing really well or really bad, you at least get a better understanding of the way the trades are working out, the way you can set the orders, the way the market can move. If you keep an eye on things, you can learn to capitalize off of those things slowly but surely. Okay, guys? So let's keep that in mind as we continue on. Now, I want to get rid of the relative volatility index, and we'll start with the SPY. The SPY is getting a nice pullback here. That's very good. That's very healthy for the overall market. We don't want to see this thing just continually going straight up, or we're going to see it coming straight back down. So as the SPY pulls back, it looks like we're getting a pullback for the QQQs. Now, this is the retest area that I'm talking about. Are we going to get a nice retest area? That would be interesting, because if we can get a retest area in down here and get a bounce off 320, the market might want to just scream to the north side. And if it does do that, that's a-okay, guys. We're going to keep an eye on it, so that way we can find the trades that we need to be in. So this looks absolutely beautiful for Disney. This pullback looks absolutely scrumptious. Maybe it comes all the way back down to retest that $100 area. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it wants to head on higher and find new higher lows in these areas. So that being said, we are short right up there at that 101.55, and we're going to start taking pieces off on it very, very soon. So let's go ahead and burn Disney, burn. I hope Mickey Mouse falls and trips just a little bit. I don't want him to get hurt. I just want him to fall and trip on a little something something so he can go ahead and head low. So it's not doing exactly what I want, so I'm going to go ahead and get 50 out of my 150 shares out right now. If it doesn't start doing exactly what I want it to, I'm gonna have to get more out. But either way, we're up a little bit of money on this trade, and I want to see how Meta is doing. So let's see if Meta can hold out. And no, Meta is starting to break down in this area, but I'm holding on to this for the real play here. Okay, I'm holding on to this down all the way down to 231 with these 20 shares to the long side. So I am going to stay true to that, and hopefully it can hold out. I say hopefully, respectfully, obviously. Okay. Now NVIDIA is starting to pull back at that double top. Maybe it pulls back and retests this 273, or maybe it wants to head lower to 271 area. So we're going to definitely see what happens there. All right, good old Uncle Tesla is now pulling back. We're going to see if it wants to bounce off that 161 area. If it wants to bounce off that 161 area, that would be a nice little area for it to hold. If it wants to break down from that area, maybe we can keep on heading lower to my price trajectory of that 147, between 147 and 148 area. If not, it wants to hold and head higher. That's a-okay too for the overall market. As Apple making those highs, the all-time high, not all-time, but the yearly highs of 169.85, that looks really, really good for Apple. Now it looks like it's starting to get a small pullback here. We're going to see how far this thing wants to pull back before catching a new higher low. Next up is Google, G-O-O-G-L. Looks like it's pulling back 106.23 right now for good old Google. We're going to see what wants to happen with Google if it wants to continue to head lower in this area. That would be interesting for Google. As long as Google can hold that 103 area, I don't think we have too much to worry about for that. So, SPY's up, Q's up, IWM's up, NASDAQ is up, Dow Jones Industrial up, and now we are looking for areas to short. And Netflix also up, goodness gracious. Microsoft up, Amazon's down 3.7% right now on the day. And Meta's also down 0.6% on the day. Isn't that funny how everything can be up, but the one thing that I'm in is down so far for the day. But that's how Meta is. It likes to trade on its own accord from time to time, especially after big pushes like this. And we can see it in its past. It was doing the same exact thing in the overall market. It would just push, it would trade sideways, and everything else would be ramping up, and Meta wouldn't do anything. And then as the overall market started to look bored, bam, Meta does something crazy, starts ramping up, starts heading to the north side, and does some crazy volatile things. And you love to see it, guys. When you have something playing their own game, they're doing their own trades, and they have their own life. You can really look at it and understand it and see it as that different stock, as it's supposed to be, right? So if it's trading different, you can trade it different, and you can have an edge in the market by learning how to trade that one specific stock. So QQQ, we have Greg saying, is it going to retest or dump? And you know what, Greg? That is a great question. That's exactly what I like to look for in these areas. So if it's breaking out, finding this double top, which hasn't even went up to actually test that double top, and then it's came back down to retest this area, this is the real question. Is it going to hold its area of 320, or is it going to break VWAP down and continue to head lower? Personally, I think with the overall push that we had yesterday in Thursday's market, I really think that we're going to see this thing pull back, but form new higher lows, meaning it's going to hold some of those gains from yesterday, but it's not going to hold all of them. And that's just a healthy thing that happens in the market. When you get a huge push like that, it needs to digest this information somehow, some way. And that's exactly what it's trying to do here. It's trying to digest some of this information by pushing higher and people selling some of their shares, and it comes down lower while people can get back in, and vice versa. So eventually we're going to see where the overall market wants to sit. Where are all these big money players actually sitting, and how much money are they willing to invest in this market right now? Or maybe we just constantly just trade sideways for the SPY. We constantly just trade sideways, constantly touching 410 and 405 and 415, and we're always bouncing in between all of that for the next year and a half. Like, that would be probably the worst thing for traders. But in the long run, as long as you can survive all of this market volatility and involatility, you will come out in the end on top, because you are going to learn from all of these different market scenarios. Okay, you want to be able to be a good trader in a bull market, a bear market, and in a choppy market. So learn different strategies, but I suggest sticking to one strategy and learning it through and through, and then moving on to another one. Unlike me, where I learned it all at once as quick as I could, and then I was just fighting myself. Going along in some areas, we're thinking I should be in short in areas, getting all my time confluencies mixed up. It can be a very, very daunting task for a trader that's looking at multiple time frames and multiple different strategies. So be very, very careful out there, guys. When you are learning a strategy, try to learn it all the way through, and make sure you're learning from profitable traders. Make sure that you're not learning from people that are just talking and just doing what they want to do just because they want to do it. And those are the people that are usually going to ask you for money. Here, you'll never hear me asking you for money. I only ask you of three things. That's to hit that like, hit that subscribe, and be here for the pre-market prep. If you're here for the pre-market prep, you're going to do yourself a favor. If you're doing yourself a favor, that means you're setting up the lines, you're figuring out where you want to be in the overall market, and you're taking those trades accordingly. You're reacting, you're not predicting, and you're making money in the market. So, absolutely amazing. Let's go back to top and see what's going on with top. So it looks like top is topped out right here at the 107.18. It looks like it's starting to pull back. Maybe it's creating a range, but either way, guys, very, very scary stock to be in. It's definitely not a stock that I want to be trading, but I definitely want to keep an eye on it because it thing definitely moves. Are you playing tops? Is this something that you're interested in? Now, Lulu, it looks like Lululemon is pulling back. It's creating a very tight range over that 10-day moving average. It looks pretty good here. I do really like this for the long, and I also like it for the short because if you zoom out, you can see that daily overhead resistance. Now, if it breaks through, we might get a nice push up. And if we get that on Lulu, breaking this area, maybe trading in this 400, we might actually see a big rip in volatility. So it looks like Disney still is not doing what I want it to do. It looks like it's trading back up there at the higher area. So I'm going to go ahead and just get rid of this short one more time and see what, I'm sorry, I'm only going to take out half and we're going to leave the other half in to see what comes of it. So, just trying to catch these shorts where I want to catch them, but not get knocked out of them if the overall market wants to have that pullback that we were talking about. So QQQ is having that pullback, but doesn't want to bounce off that VWAP area. That would be very, very interesting if that could bounce off that VWAP area and head to the north side. That's going to be looking really, really good for this overall market. So let's go ahead and do that and keep on keeping on. Let's go ahead and take a look at Meta. So META, Meta. We're down on this trade a little bit here, just holding on for that earnings breakout. We're going to see what wants to happen with Meta. But I'm staying true to this. I'm staying true. I will not get out of this unless it hits this area. If it hits that area, it's going to stop me out of all 20 shares of this, and we're going to call it a day. So I'm just going to go ahead and set this so that way we have our stop loss set. So that way I don't have to worry about this at all if the time comes. So there we go, the stop set, and then I will just have to reinitiate that tomorrow or put it on good till close. So we're going to see what wants to come of that. As Disney, good old Disney, pushing right back up there into this area. I need to run through the market and see what's going on. So we have the SPY, the S&P 500, nice pullback. It looks like it's getting soaked up on that VWAP area, trading at 414. Just bounced off that 413.16. That's where the VWAP's trading. So that might be really, really nice. As Disney, look at that bump up for Disney. Look at that. Absolutely beautiful for Disney. Goodness gracious. You know you love to see that on higher volume, looking very, very healthy. QQQ now is also trading 320.76. The IWM here, 174.99, bouncing off that VWAP area. That is looking really good so far for the overall market. NASDAQ looked like it broke through just a quick second and then started to break on down, trading at 131.68 for the NASDAQ. We have about an hour and 15 minutes left, guys. An hour and 15 minutes left. FRC news, Fed takeover. Let's go ahead and take a look at FRC. So FRC looks like it's starting to, wow, big drop, huge gap in this area. That's very, very interesting, guys. You don't see this very often. A huge gap, just everybody panic selling, jumping over each other, it looks like. Let's look at the news on this, guys. It looks like First Republican Bank shares resume trade, or shares resume trade, then again, halt on a circuit breaker, stock down more than 19%. Let's see, chairing lower, a report suggests the most likely outcome for the bank is the FDIC receivership. So yeah, it does look like there's so much going on with the FRC that they might end up having to get taken over by the government, meaning they will definitely, they're not gonna, that's not the best company to be invested in, is what it looks like, guys. So just be really, really careful when you're trading these stocks. It looks like there's a lot more going on for FRC than we anticipated, and it looked like it had a huge drop off there. So be very, very careful, guys, if you are trading FRC, especially with that type of news. Will this hurt the SPY? So you're not going to see the FRC hurt the SPY so much as you're going to see it hurt IWM, because the way it's weighted is you're going to see IWM, it's going to hurt this because it has more of your financial stocks in it. Now, it surely will influence your SPY, but it's not going to influence it nearly as much as it's going to influence your Russell 2000. So yes, it will influence the SPY, but not nearly as heavy as it's going to influence your IWM. It's a very good question, Ivan, actually. It's a very, very good question. This sip is for you, Ivan. This is a Silly Sips from the Silly Sips Coffee Company. Silly Sips Coffee Company is also giving 10% off. So if you go to sillysipscoffee.com, I'm not sorry, not 10% off. They're giving 3% off, but they give 10% of their proceeds to the Children's Mind Institute. So if that's something that you can get behind, go ahead and check out their website, guys. So they're sponsoring this today. So this one's for you, Ivan, not for me. This one's for you, brother. Wow. So we have Disney, Rip City, baby, wants to keep on keeping on. You know, you cannot deny the strength in this market right now, especially with Disney breaking through. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Let's keep on keeping on and see where it wants to head. As the SPY's holding that 414 area right now, looking absolutely amazing. You know you love to see it. If you are a bear with bullhorns like me, I'm looking for shorts. I really am. But with the overall market pulling back, finding support on VWAP and wanting to head higher, why would we want to take any shorts? As the QQQ looks like it is getting that bounce that we talked about, Greg. It looks like it is getting that bounce off that VWAP area. We want to see how high can it head from here. Now, it looks like, goodness gracious, things are just looking absolutely amazing for this overall market. You cannot deny the fact that this thing just wants to keep on keeping on. So let's keep on looking. The Dow Jones Industrial, as it wants to head on higher, absolutely it does. It looks like it found a little bit of support down here and it wants to move on higher, as the dollar looks like it's still falling lower, and the VIX still, the volatility index still being treated at very low volatility at 1637. Be careful though, at any time this thing can pop off and the market can get very, very crazy again. So 102.10, we're gonna go ahead and get out half of that. So let's join the ask. We're just taking out little bits of money here and there, guys. I'm just trying to make a little bit of money. Scalping now. Scalping here and there. Let's see. Oh, wow. Netflix. Netflix is trading at $329.82 now, as Microsoft does have a nice pullback right there to VWAP. This might be a nice area to get in for Microsoft, but these aren't buy or sell recommendations. I'm just looking at a nice VWAP pullback, which might be nice in that overall trading sector. As Disney continuing to rip, good thing we switched biases and we're up a few pretty pennies on this stock. You know you love to see it, guys. Disney now just completely taking me back. That's why we like using technical analysis, because here's the thing, I took the short in this trade, guys. With using technical analysis, I realized, hey, this is looking like a short. It's ran into this up trend line. Well, what happens when it holds that area and wants to push higher? Well, I'm out of the short and I'm switched my biases. I decided to take the long trade now, and now we are in it long and we are holding for a good time, not a long time. Microsoft looks like it's trying to get a nice little bounce off of that VWAP area to see if it wants to head higher. Now that we know that a lot of things are doing really well in this market, the question is, how's Meta doing? Well, it looks like Meta is still playing its beat to its own drum because it wants to continue just to trade sideways here. We're not seeing much action, trading at 237.43 as Disney continuing to push higher. We do love to see Disney pushing higher, now above a 200-day moving average, and it looks like it's getting into this double top here, which might be a very interesting area to see if this wants to break this range and create new highs. And we are there right now, guys. We are there right now. I'm actually going to go ahead and sell this out because I don't trust it in this area, and I'm going to go ahead and join the ask. We're going to try and get 50 shares in at this area, at this double top, just to see if this double top is going to fail. If this double top doesn't want to fail in this area, that's okay. I'm not in it for a long time. I'm in it for a good time. I'm just trying to get my shares in short to see if we can play for a nice little pullback here. So I'm in small. We're just taking 50 shares short for this area. As Meta coming back up to that area now, it might act as resistance and want to head lower. And if that's the case, you know, I just don't, I hate holding on to things. I know I give myself plenty of room for a stop loss and stuff, but you know, when I see all this room that could be made, it's like, well, why am I even in this? Just get out and get in when it gets back down here. But you know, this is the trade I made. I made my bed. Now I gotta lay in it, right? All right. So we're gonna see, is Disney gonna give us that pullback here? What kind of pullback is Disney gonna give us? And if it doesn't and it wants to rip even higher, then watch out, guys. Watch out, because this could be absolutely amazing for Disney if it wants to keep on ripping. You usually don't see this kind of movement out of Disney. 2% is usually all that you see in Disney. And just today, so far, this thing has moved up over 3%. So it, to me, has given its daily range, and it shouldn't move too much higher. But that is not up to me. That's up to the market. That's up to the people trading it. That's up to the institutional ownership buying these stocks up. If they want to keep buying these stocks up and it wants to keep on heading higher, then I am not going to fight this. I will not fight this. I will take small losses trying to make big gains. So it is what it is, guys. We're going to see if this thing wants to keep on keeping on. So I'm going to go ahead and get out of this. We'll take a nice little $4 loss, and we're going to switch our biasy to the long side, because if it wants to keep on keeping on, I want to be a part of this rip city. Even though it looks like it's made most of its move for the day, we're going to see if it wants to keep on to the north side. So that's what we are doing, guys. Now Meta looks like it wants to run right into that resistance area. Does it want to keep on pushing higher? That's the real question here, guys. Does it want to keep on pushing higher? So I am going to be done trying to do that. Here we go. All right, we need to get back focused. What are you guys watching? Let's see. I'll have to check it out. Coffee is life. Hey, that's awesome. Yeah, for sure. Coffee is life. Coffee wakes you up. Coffee is nice. Coffee will put you to sleep really, really quickly if you're not careful and you drink too much too quick, and then you come down crashing hard. But I can say this, when it comes to coffee, I have this Silly Sips coffee from the Silly Sips Coffee Company. And they give 10% of their proceeds to the Children's Mind Institute, guys. This is the bag right here. It's absolutely beautiful. Made by veterans. And they are also giving their mission statement here. The Child Mind Institute is the independent national nonprofit dedicated to transforming the lives of children, families struggling with mental health. I know that I can relate to this, and I know some of you out there can also relate to this, because it is not a perfect world. Not everything in this world is chipper and happy and butterflies and kisses and rainbows all the time, right, guys? We have our hardships, and our hardships can sometimes come when you're a child being raised, and you can have those mental hardships, and a lot of people don't know who to talk to. And the Mind Institute likes to bring awareness to this so that we have a better understanding of those issues being laid out. Now, if you go to sillysips.com and buy some coffee, you can get $3 off your order today. And remember, 10% of every order is going to be going to that Children's Mind Institute. So you can feel good while you sip good, and while you something else good, right? But this one's for you, not for me.
Wait, brother. We appreciate your
Coffee
support.
is life, baby. So let's go ahead and run through. Let's see how the Apple's doing, because it looks like Tesla. Wow, we get a look at Tesla. Tesla did that. Look at that retest. Now, I told you guys this on the air. Right here, right now, you've seen this big breakdown, a big push up, a big retest, and that retest, it started to ramp off and head to the north side. So absolutely beautiful. You love to see it in the overall market. Guys, we want to be a part of. So that's absolutely beautiful. You know, you love to see it. So let's go ahead and get refocused, because I am not trading the best today. Why am I not trading the best? Well, because I am letting different distractions get in the way of my trading before I have an absolute sure set. I don't want to be a cowboy. I don't want to be a gunslinger. I want to pick my areas, and I want to short them with intent. So I'm going to go ahead and short this area for Disney one last time. And maybe I should really be waiting till the end of the day. So here we go. I am short in the overall Disney trade. And we're going to see, does this thing want to break down? Now I'm seeing multiple reasons why I want to short this thing. Multiple reasons why I want to short this thing, but is it going to give it to me? Does it want to actually move for me in the direction I want it to move? Because 2 days of the sustainable price action is absolutely beautiful in this market for Disney. But the question is, just because I'm finding confluency, just because I think it's going to fail, just because I think this double top needs a pullback, doesn't mean it has to. It does not mean it has to at all, but I put my money where my mouth is, and now I am trying to take this short. So I do hope, and I say that respectfully, that Disney can come back down here a little bit for me so we can make this money, baby. So IWM is pushing. It is looking like it's trying to top out there at 175.34, but only time is going to tell. Let's see, did NASDAQ push through? It did not push through. Well, it did push through, but it pulled back, and now looks like it's trying to roll over here to head on lower. Now we have the Dow Jones Industrial also running right into that downward trend line, and it looks like it's starting to have a little pullback there. It also looks like the dollar is just flushing out. The dollar down here at 101.57. We're going to see if that wants to continue to head lower, as the volatility index still sitting about the same. Netflix here, guys. Netflix is also breaking down. It looks like it's at the VWAP area. Will it hold the VWAP area, or is it going to head even lower? That's the question. Now, Microsoft, a big pullback here, guys. A big pullback. After making those new highs, it pulled back to that VWAP area, stuttering just for a minute, and now heading even lower for Microsoft. So we're going to see, does Microsoft want to find or form new higher lows under that VWAP area to try and head on higher? That's the real question. As AMZN down 4.25%, is AMZN going to be able to finally find an area where it can hold these gains? That pooper scooper of stock is above $100, so I'm happy to see it's above 100, but it is still below 200-day moving average. So it's still in purgatory here, and we're going to have to give it more time to see what Amazon wants to do. Next up, Buttercups, is Meta. Now, Meta is not doing what I wanted it to do. It's actually trading at 236.30, so we're actually down a couple bucks on this trade, about $45, which isn't too much to be down on a trade. I'm giving this about $100 to come all the way back down here to see if it wants to hold in these areas up top. So that's my trade. I'm sticking to it. If I lose 100 bucks, then so be it. Okay, so be it. We need to be disciplined traders, and that is just part of it. Now, Disney is finally pulling back from those tops up there. How far back is it going to pull back? I'm not sure, but what I would like to do is at least take half out at VWAP and then try to hold on to the rest to see if we can't get a little bit more out of it. So NVIDIA looked like it traded back up there towards the well, it's just trading in the middle, guys. Really, if you look out, if you zoom out on the daily, you'll see it's just trading in the middle. And if it's just trading in the middle, you can't really make too many trades off of it. So we'll have to just come back, take a little peeky gander in a few minutes. Now, guys, if you haven't already, we're going to do it. We're going to do it. Take a look at the screen. We need to make sure that you're live. So click this live button. If you're not live, you'll look like something like this. I'll probably be wearing a pizza shirt, but if you click live, bam, I'm wearing a bright white shirt, and that's A-okay. Go ahead and hit a vote. Vote for me right now. We have 25 votes. That's absolutely amazing. That's a new record that we've done for ourselves. But go ahead and vote on this poll. Will we hold Thursday's gains for the SPY? That's the real question. Are we going to hold these gains? You know, we've been pushing up. We've been pushing higher. Things are looking good. I voted yes, but you know, you never know with the market. I want you to vote for me right now. And then, of course, last but not least, smash this like button. Smash it. Just smash it. Okay? And then hit that subscribe button. I want you to hit that subscribe button, guys, because I want you to be here for me just as much as I want to be here for you. I absolutely love doing this. I love technical analysis. I love trading, and I want you guys to be a part of my journey. I want you to learn with me. I want you to grow with me, and I want you to be here watching this community grow. So we have about an hour left. So if I'm not seeing something that you are, or you want me to look at something that I'm not, you need to let me know in the chat. That is the way we communicate here, and that is how we get crap done. So let me know what's going on, baby. Now we have, let's see, let's just take a little peeky gander at CXAI. So CXAI is that gap up. It is a very, very volatile, very quick mover. We're going to see what wants to come of it. HUDI. Let's look at tops, because I think that's what everybody really has on their minds. What's going on for tops? Well, tops is rip city to the north side, back up there at 144.10. One thing that I can tell is that the average price for this, no, I'm not even going to say it out loud, but just be really, really careful for tops. This thing is very, very volatile. It's trading at, I think we looked it up, it was 5 million float. I mean, that thing will rip your face off, guys. You get in here, this thing is just moving just like crazy movements out of TOP. So please just be careful. If you're trading this thing, just be careful, guys. You don't, look at this, just gapping. It just gapped from 142 to 149. And this thing's gapping out of control. It is crazy. So please be careful if you're playing with this. It is fire, guys, absolute fire. We got a buddy that is trading this. We got a buddy who's trading this right now. He's in it. I don't know. I don't know if he is in it or if he's just watching. But Joshi, I was just thinking about you. It's good to see you. Glad you're here. What are your levels today? Tell me what your levels are today. What I want you to look at, Joshi, actually is the NASDAQ. NDX. So if you guys look at the NDX, we're getting a big pullback here. You see that double top? What is your levels on the NASDAQ, Joshi? Or just go ahead and let me know. Do what you do, Joshi. But I'm glad that you're here. I wish I could be here every single day with you guys. I really do. And that time will come in October. In October, I will be going back to full time. I'll be able to be here 5 days a week. Maybe we'll just do 3 days a week, so that way I can still spend time on myself and my trading and my family, my opportunities. But we will see. Yeah, baby. Good morning. Mikey's in the building, baby. Let's go. Absolutely love today's price trading action. I am short Disney right now, guys, up here at these highs at 102.24. Actually, I did pick it up right at 102.24, so grab that top pick. And we're going to wait until it gets down here to VWAP to try and take a little bit of that money off there. So we're going to see, does it want to get back down to VWAP for me? Does Tesla want to retest this 160 area again? That's another good question. We can zoom out on the hourly to help digest some more of this information and see where we are trading at. So we've seen that we had these peaks right here, and it looks like Tesla, if it wants to hold these areas, it's going to be a very bullish sign for the overall that overall trade. So we're going to see. Nice on Disney. I'm short on Tesla. Very nice. Where did you get your short on Tesla? I'm assuming right up here in this area around 162.50 is probably where you took that short, because I can see the resistance right there at 163.23. So you probably gave yourself a little bit of time before pulling in on that short. And thank you for noticing. It took me a few tries to get this Disney short. Don't get me wrong. I took a few losses on the way up. I also played it long a few times because I seen a lot of volume coming in. But we waited for that top, that tippy top percent, that double top, and then we started to short again. So yeah, we're up about $74 on this trade specifically. But we do have to keep in mind, on my meta for my long, it looks like it's just failing here. So hopefully we can start to see a little bit of turnaround in the overall market, so that way we can make some money and not just wash out on this meta trade. So we're going to see if it wants to do that. Tesla 163.02 for the average. Very nice. Let's go ahead and take a look at Tesla. I want to mark that out. 162 or 163.02 is the average. Oh, I like that. So you were using the psychological barrier of 163 as well as that resistance area because of the previous day's trading. So I really like that. What a beautiful snag. Beautiful snag right there at 163. Goodness gracious, Mikey. And that's why you're a pro, brother. That's why I like to learn from you. And thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for joining up, Mikey. I'm pumped that you're here, brother. So let's go ahead and keep on keeping on. We know that Meta's not doing too well right now. Part of me wants to just completely get out of Meta, but I cannot do it. I cannot do it because every time I've done this to Meta, where I'm like, oh, you know, Meta didn't move with the rest of the market. Meta is pulling back. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get out of Meta because Meta. Well, then Meta mistakes that, and it just decides to go to the north side. So So I am staying true to my meta long, and I'm using that 232 area as a psychological and technical area for a stop. So will not get out of meta, and I'm going to continue to hold. As well as Disney, I will be taking half off right here at this VWAP area. So let me go ahead and get a little sip Shawana, a little silly sip, if you will. If you guys don't know, now you know. My name is Dave. This is LoFiTrader. Hit that like, hit that subscribe button. I'm here every Friday, and today we have our awesome sponsor of Silly Sips Coffee. I love Silly Sips Coffee, especially everything that they're doing with the Children's Mind Institute. You get $3 off the day. Go visit their website now, and you can get yourself a nice silly sip. Now, Disney looks like it's starting to find a nice little base here at 101.50. Will it continue to hold this area, or can we continue to see this thing breaking on down? That's what I would love to see. Let's see what Joshi's got. SPY may come down to 409.75. Don't take sell trade, just watch. After touching 409.75, take buy trade. Joshi, I love that. I love seeing that you do the retest. I love playing retests. You don't just buy and take something because you've predicted. You want to see it react to those areas, and that's what Joshi's pointing out to us in the SPY. So let's go ahead and we'll bring up the SPY and we'll just go over what Joshi said. So Joshi's talking about this 409.75. So I always call it the 410 area because this 410 area has a ton of price action in this area. So what Joshi's saying, if it comes down to this 410, this 409 area, that it's going to bounce. So don't just get in now because you think it's going to go higher. Wait for it to pull back, wait to see the bounce, and then take your trade. Okay, now these aren't buy or sell recommendations. I'm just reading what Joshi has to say because Joshi's my boy, and I love when he comes in here and gives me his price targets. Now we have, if SPY does not go down and cross 415, take buy trade target 420. Yeah, 420 seems to be a popular number. Bitcoin target, we haven't looked at Bitcoin in a little bit, so let's go ahead and bring it up. As Bitcoin, we've been talking about this for a while, guys. We had this huge push up, and everybody just wanted to know, why is Bitcoin crashing? It's not crashing. It's called a pullback, guys. So when you push up this high this fast, you're going to find resistance areas. This area of 30,500 is a resistance area, and we expected a pullback. So we got that pullback, that retest of that 2,700 area, and then pushed up higher. So now we're just kind of playing in the middle, waiting for some action to happen. Joshi says the Bitcoin target is at 30,768. So congratulations, good luck to you for your 30,768. I would love to see you hit that, Joshi. 3758, which is going to be the top in this area. So I do love that trade, Joshi, and I wish the best of luck to you. So now, guys, if you haven't already, make sure you hit that like, hit that subscribe button, because I'm here every Friday doing live trades, live analysis, live commentary. And if you can get behind that, I can get behind you, and make sure that you're using your stops, okay? So we always want to make sure that we're using our stop losses. So now it looks like the SPY is looking beautiful here, trying to play this area, trying to head on higher. Am I going to get this for Disney? Am I going to get a big enough pullback for Disney to actually be able to take these profits? I don't want to give back too much on these profits because now it's got me to a point where I'm break even. So we're going to give this a little bit more time, but I'm not in it for a long time, just a good time. I want to get half out here at the VWAP. So if you would please be so kind as to come on down here to VWAP for me, I would appreciate it, and I'm sure my viewers might appreciate it as well. So we're just going to go ahead and put 50, and we're going to cover it down here. Once it finally gets down to my VWAP area, we'll do 101.25. That'll be our area of profit to take off half, and we will see if it wants to get there. I would love to make a little bit of money off of that trade. Speaking of money, let's take a look at Money Meta. Is Money Meta going to hold out and push on higher? Well, only time is going to tell, so stick with me, ladies and gentlemen, and we shall see. Pending target at 34446 for the Dow Jones. After completing this target, only market will crash. Oh goodness, Joshi. The Dow Jones. Well, let's take a look at the Dow Jones. I don't like to use the whole words crash, but we might see a tasty pullback for that area. So that being said, part of me just wants to hold on to my Disney if what Joshi says is right. But we're going to stick to the game plan here. We're going to see if we can't make a little money off Disney. But yes, I do see the Dow Jones Industrial right there looking like it wants to make a pullback on that downward trend line. So Joshi says the buy target is at 34446. So after completing this target, only market will crash. So 3446. So I'm assuming 34446. Oh, I see. So you're expecting it to push a little higher before pulling back. I like it. Needs a sharp down move in the NASDAQ. Yes. Cool, Joshi. I do appreciate that. Very, very cool. You know what? This sip is for you, Joshi, not for me. So cheers. I don't know what you're drinking. Tea? Coffee? Vodka? What are you drinking, Joshi? But that is some good coffee. That is some good coffee. I usually don't get treated to coffee this good. I like the Aldi's coffee because it's cheap, and I'm happy with it. But now I'm getting spoiled with this Silly Sips elated Ethiopian coffee with the notes of the milk chocolate in it. It's really got my taste buds, and I'm gravitating more and more to this coffee. So I might have to go try out that Brazilian type too. So we'll more on that a little later though, guys. So let's just jump right back into this. We know we got the SPY is up 0.5% as of right now, and we have the QQQ also up about 0.5% as well, but it looks like it's pulling back now, giving back some of those gains from yesterday, but that's a-okay. We got plenty of room to pull back. This 314 still serves as a strong area of support, so we're going to see if it can come back and retest that area. Now, as I say that, the IWM looks like it's also trying to push at 174.99. You like to see the IWM trying to push, especially with all that fear and that FUD in the market, with the overall industry in the financial sector looking like complete doo-doo garbage. So let's look at Netflix, up about 0.5 point today so far, looking really good in this area, but it pushed up into an area of resistance around 331. It didn't quite make it there, and then it started to pull back, so maybe this still has some more fight in it. Now, I have to say, sitting down here, being up, when I'm up, Disney is over bullish. Oh, you're drinking tea. Awesome. Very, very cool. I wish you were a little bit more specific what type of tea, but that's totally understandable that you're drinking tea, just regular old tea, Earl Grey, black tea, green tea, white tea. Who knows? But tea is good. I like tea. It's not as strong for me. Disney is over bullish. You're saying there's too many people that are bullish in Disney, is what I'm assuming that you're saying. And that's why we're shorting it today, just simply because I was actually starting to short it down here on this trend line, but it broke through that trend line, so we played a couple of shares to the north side to try and make a little bit of money, and we did. We made a little bit of money to the north side. Now, it probably wasn't the best or the smartest thing. I should have just stayed out and waited till we got to that peak to take another short, but I did take a little bit to the long side. We made a little bit of money to the long side, and we made our money back on that short side. So we're going to see if we want to keep making money in this trade, because I like money, and I hope you like money too. I'm pretty sure that's probably why you're here. It's probably 90% of the whole reason why people start getting into the stock markets, because they want to make it rich quick. Just keep in mind, it's hard to make it rich quick and not lose all that money. If you make it rich quick, you lose it quick too. You gotta make it slow, make it on that grind, make 20 bucks at a time, whatever you gotta do, baby, to make that money. Now, Tesla looks like it is still trading at 161.65. We're gonna see if that thing wants to keep on keeping on. It looks like my boy Mikey is up a little bit in that money. If I know Mikey, he's already going to be taking a little bit of profit as it has came down. So we're going to see, does it want to keep on heading down for my boy so he can keep making that money, baby. Disney target 114, 113, stop loss 99 or 95. So let's see if I can comprehend that. So you're thinking 114 or 130, 99. Okay, so 114 or 130. So you think it's going to go up to 114 or 130? Let me see. Okay, so long term, you covered all. Very nice. Very, very nice, Mikey. Does it look like it was holding out a little too much for you? Let's take a look at the 5 minute. yeah, it does look like it's trying to hold this area, and I feel the same about Disney. Like, it's really trying to hold this area. Now, I'm getting more wicks on the 5-minute up above, so I still would like to at least play part of my plan out to get down just below this area. Let it touch this area so I can take off half my shares. So I'm still holding on to this trade to see if we can't get a bigger pullback. We're not getting a lot of volume coming in to the buy side, so I still hold this in context, but I'm glad to see that you made. I'm gonna go enjoy my day. Hey, Mikey, you enjoy your weekend, brother. You've earned it, you deserve it, and I'll bother you later about your trades. So thank you, Mikey. Have a good one, brother, and we'll see you soon. So guys, it is 11:15. I got 45 minutes still here with you today before I go off on my own and you go off on your own, and then we can talk about it later. But guys, do me a favor. Leave me a like, leave me a subscribe, and go ahead and be here for this pre-market prep. What's up, Jim Dickey? Jim Dickey says, morning, David. What's going on, Jim? It's good to see you, brother. I am happy you are here. We are going to have a great day today, guys. A great day today. We only got 45 minutes left in this trading show, but I hope that we can keep on making money, baby. So is this going to reach my profit target? It doesn't look like it wants to. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and get completely out of this. We're going to take the $63. I just don't want to do it. It needs to break up above this 101.62 for me to want to get out of this. So we are very, very ready to get out of this trade if need be. We're up that $64. I just want to make sure that this thing plays out. We're getting a pullback. We're not seeing much buying volume come into this, so I want to stay in this for the profit target, but it looks like the overall market is starting to turn around here, so I don't want to give back any of my gains. So we're going to go ahead and I think lock this in now, just like Mikey did here. Just lock in these profits and call it good. As the SPY is just teetering around that VWAP area. Let's take a look at the QQQs. The QQQ looks like it's still breaking down. It doesn't look like it's really trying to get above this area. I might just want to hold on to the short for a little bit longer to see what's going to happen here. I don't want to give back much of this though, so now I'm just going to go ahead and get this out of here, guys. So it's a good trade. We're going to go ahead and take that $60 right there. A good short right there for Disney. I'm pretty happy with it. With the overall trade. Now we need to go back to Meta, because if things are going to start popping off, the one thing I'd like to see pop off is Meta, and sure enough, it's just kind of chilling there. Mikey Bones says, morning. What's up, Mikey Bones? Mikey Bones and I, we chat together on Discord. We like to go over our trades together. He uses technical analysis just like I do, and I love to see. What I like to do is I write my technical analysis out on my charts, and then I'll send them over to my boy Mikey Bones so we can get a better idea, so he can go over it one more time and he can agree or disagree. Either way, we try to extrapolate a little bit of money from the market. So Mikey Bones, good morning. Glad to see you here. Evening star potential on the SPY. Joshi says Disney movement will be like LLY. Hope you remember this. Hey, how could I forget the way LLY was? So I do like the fact that you're calling me out on that. And I do want to look at LLY, just take a little peeky gander at the overall market. Now, the last time we were talking about LLY, Joshi, you were right here. You talked about this thing coming up into this area, and I expected it to act as a short. And sure enough, it held and headed on higher. Now trading up there at 398.53. So awesome job on that call out, Joshi. I do like to see that. So Disney, you're actually calling out to 414 or 430 as your stop loss is at 99 or 95. So I do really like that. I like that trade idea, and I can really see it actually happening, especially with the volatility that came in for Disney here. So what exactly do I want to do in this situation? Well, I got to give it a little bit more time. I do like that. Absolutely like that. And yes, I do remember. How could I forget? Mikey Bones said grabbed 80 off the double top. Awesome job. 80 off the double top on your S&P 500. Now, are you, Mikey Bones, are you taking that in the SPY, or what ETF are you actually using to short the actual market? Are you using the SQs? Are you actually shorting the SPY, trading at 413.65? What are you using to actually short the market? Now, we got 12 of you in here right now, so go ahead and look at my screen. I just want to show you guys on my screen right here right now, there is a like button. And if you smash that like button, I like when you smash it, you might like when you smash it, but also hit that subscribe button. Right here, guys, is the subscribe button. I want you to subscribe because I want you to be here for me just as much as I am here for you, because I absolutely love the market. This technical analysis is my passion, and if you can get behind that, I can get behind you. So let's go ahead and take a look at the overall market. Now, the S&P 500 looks like it wants to bounce off that VWAP area, looking absolutely scrumptious for the overall market. Let's look at the QQQs. The QQQs look like they are trying to push up, still below VWAP, trading at 320.07. Now, the IWM, the Russell 2000, still trading up here at 175.37, looking very good for the overall market. Netflix trading at 328.76, still holding those lows, still trying to push higher. Love to see it. Microsoft up 0.5%, still holding almost all of those gains. As of Thursday, it's still holding all of those gains, now at a red to green area for Microsoft. So looking really, really good. You know, you love to see it. Meta now just trading sideways, 236.71 for that stock. AMZN breaking down, 105.10 right now, trading below VWAP, trying to find where it wants to settle down. NVDA still diddling in the middle, trading sideways, 273.31, as Apple trades at 168.33. Big pullbacks in the big stocks, but are they going to start heading higher after this? Nice short on Tesla and a nice cover on Tesla. So it's nice to see all of that happening as Apple, no, we already went over Apple, so let's go Google. Google 105.76. You can see yesterday it hit its resistance and it popped back up and now it started to head lower. So our market is looking absolutely amazing right now, guys. I love to see 108% on double top SPY puts options. Very, very nice. I do like to see that. Richard Klein, good to see you in here, brother. 108% on double top. If you earned 108% on your account using that double top, congratulations to you. You know I love to read it, brother. Love to read it. Now Snap, look at this. Snap is starting to create like this accumulation bottom down here. I do like to see that. I also like to see the fact that they beat on their earnings again, and after they beat, they failed. They came all the way down at their lows. So, is it going to be able to hold? Who knows? That's the question. That is the real question. Will this thing hold and start to ramp up higher? Well, if the volume wants to start coming in and it's holding this area as an accumulation, we might see a nice trade to the long side. Using this as your risk, this might be a nice area. 8.4 as risk while it trades at $8.62. This could be an absolute mover to the north side if it wants to hold onto these and we start to get volume to come in. So we're just going to go ahead and throw a little bit out here just to see if we can get a little something to come across this. So let's go ahead and get rid of some of these trades here. So that way we don't get mixed up with these guys. How's Hubs doing though? All right, Disley Meta. Oh, we took Goose too, didn't we? Did we take Goose? Let's see. Let's take a little peeky gander. We did take Goose. We are long in Goose. We're gonna see if we can hold out onto that. SNAP. If it gets me in, we'll be in SNAP and we'll see what's going on. Going to 410, you said. Very nice. Very, very nice. You know, I couldn't agree more that the S&P 500 is going to go to 410. Why? Well, because that's where it always goes. We've seen it happen over and over and over again. So if you're shorting it, congrats. I love to see it, and I hope you can hold out onto your profit target to 410. I could definitely see that happening. So we will see very, very soon. As the QQQs are also having a pullback as well. So maybe I should have held on to that Disney short, but no, I'm glad I didn't. We made our profit. Now it's back up towards those highs. So we're going to see, does it want to continue to scream higher? Now we're getting less volume than we did previous in the day. So is this going to just push up and then just start to fizzle out? That's what I'm expecting to see for the overall market. As Tesla's up 1.34% on the day. It looks really good for Tesla. Let's see if Tesla wants to keep it on there. Now, NVIDIA broke up above what I would consider an area of resistance, breaking back down and now testing that area again. It's kind of just trading sideways, guys. Not a ton that is happening for NVIDIA. Tesla, we already went over Tesla, so maybe I want to go over some of my other swings here. Let's look at the earnings and see if we have anything on that. CVRX. Still ramping up higher. AMZN still doing good things. SKYW still trading up there at those highs. Crypto King, what's going on, Crypto King? I like your NFT picture. That looks really, really cool. Tesla's no trade. SPY gonna go down is the question mark. So here, this is the best way to do it. If I get you asking like, what's the SPY gonna do? Well, then we just whip out this crystal ball. Yeah, a lot of traders don't have one of these crystal balls here. You see, this crystal ball is a tell-all. That's the cool thing. We can just look right into it. We can ask the questions we need to ask, and we need to take the trades we need to take. The crystal ball didn't give me any information, unfortunately, this time. But if I have to say, I would say, yeah, the SPY does look like it's running into some areas of resistance. So if we look at it on the daily up here, we are running right into that area of resistance around 415. It failed at that 415 without even touching it, came down, broke through VWAP, now retesting this uptrend line. It's bounced off that uptrend line and now is trading above VWAP area. So I would expect a further pullback, but I also expected it to bounce off of this line this morning at 412 before heading lower. So now right now the market is not only holding its gains from Thursday, but it's also pushing up higher, holding respectfully that trend line now to the upside. So congratulations if you are long in this market, and be careful if you are still long in this market. We are expecting a pullback now, and we're going to see if it wants to pull back to that 410 area. That 410 area is a psychological and technical area, so we're going to see what wants to happen. So that's my answer to you, Crypto King. And Crypto King, I sure hope I've earned your support by hitting that subscribe button, because I'm here every Friday doing these live trades, technical analysis, and commentary just for you. So if you guys don't see me looking at something that you want me to see, then let me know in the chat, because I love to look it over. Joshi's saying oil looks bullish right now. Well, let's go ahead and bring up my sweet crude. My light sweet crude is looking bullish. Actually, it is bullish at the moment, but I don't know about looking bullish. It does look like if it holds, yes, it does look bullish, simply because if we look at this area of price action where it's held so many times. Now, this is the futures, guys, on light crude, so it's going to look a little different on some of the other stocks, but a bounce here going back up to that 81.92 might be formidable for a long trade. So that's what I'm seeing on oil being bullish. Richard Klein says, market makers burning premium here. Yeah, absolutely, brother. Definitely burning its premium. So let's go ahead and take back a look over here at the SPY and see what do we have here. So it looks like the market is just wanting to do its best to hold these gains, but it doesn't look like it's going to really be able to. It looks like we're about to have a nice little rollover here, so I want to get back in on my short on Disney. So some might call this slinging, in and out, in and out, in and out. Well, I tell you this, I didn't have to deal with all this volatility. I made my money down here. When we seen it coming back up, I got out of that money, pushed all the way back up, and now I can make another trade when I see the overall market starting to curl over. So here we are back in short on Disney. We took this short at 101.88, so about 88 cents less than where I had it on the first time. So if this thing wants to continue to hold and push higher, I'm going to get out of this short very quickly using, respectfully, this candlestick as the high to get out. Now, if this thing wants to break on down and head on lower, VWAP is going to be my first profit target, and then holding on the rest to see where we can get to would be much, much better. So let's see if Disney wants to continue to fail, or if it's making new lower highs here, and the way to go is to the north side still for Disney might be the option. So we will see in a very short period of time what it wants to do. Let's look at the QQQs now, trading at 0.12% lower than it's open this morning. So what does QQQ want to do? Well, we need to look at the overall tech sector in order to get a better inclination on what's happening. Netflix did look like it broke through that VWAP, but now pushed up back over it. So if it wants to hold that VWAP area and continue to head higher, that's going to look very bullish for Netflix. So Netflix and no chill today, baby. Microsoft looks like it is about to find those lows to try and head higher, but it is trading below a VWAP just above its red-green area. So we're going to see if Microsoft wants to continue to keep on keeping on to the north side, or do we need a little bit further of a pullback, as Amazon is just kind of trading sideways well below its open today at 105.38. AMZN is probably not the prettiest picture to look at as of yesterday. Those earnings just flew up on earnings and then just ripped right back down, taking people's accounts and faces with them. Meta now trading at 236.65. Meta is not looking the happiest of the stocks. That's a-okay though. You can't win them all. We're going to see if Meta wants to continue to fail or hold this new area of 236 as its lows. SPY is looking like it will come down to 409.75 is what Joshi just said, and I couldn't agree more. After going over the SPY, you can see that that 409, that 410 area might be a great pullback area, but the market might want to take us all by surprise and start heading higher here. And if it does, well, that would be great price action, guys. We want to see the market making you money, and I hope the market does make you money, because we don't want to lose money. We want to make money. But just remember, as a trader, you're going to see both sides of every story. You want to be the bear with bull horns, as I say here. I love being the bear with bull horns, because guys, if you are not the bear with bull horns and you're not seeing both sides, you're going to get caught on the off sides all the time. You're not going to see the things that you need to see. If you're so short biased, but you don't realize that there's bulls out there, you're not going to find the stop losses. You're not going to find the key areas that you want to be in or out of. So it makes it very difficult if you are overly biased in one side or the other. So now here, the overall market is making me a little jittery here for this Disney trade. I did expect it to come back down, to fail, but it looks like it wants to continue to push higher. So it's kind of hard to do anything with this trade when it doesn't want to pull back any lower. It just keeps fighting, and I keep fighting it. So up a little, down a little, it's a-okay. We're gonna keep on trying, keep on working our magic here, as Apple looks like it's found a base and it's trying to push up higher at 168.51. We're gonna see if this thing wants to keep on keeping on. So let's go ahead and look at a few other names like Snap. Looks like we're up $1.50 in Snap. Whoop-dee-doo. Let's see if Snap can keep on keeping on, because we know if Snap wants to break this $8.41 area, I don't want to have anything to do with it. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and put my stop loss right here, because we don't want to be in the stock if it wants to head on high or lower, right? So that's that. Let's go ahead and look at a few other trades that I'm in, like GOOS. It looks like GOOS, we're down about 10 bucks on. We took this trade at $9.40, and we are looking to see if this thing can just rip city to the north side and hold on to a few shares to the long, because this is a very low float, and also it most definitely is a high short interest on the float. What does that mean? That means that the small float that's there is over 30% of people trying to short GOOS. That makes me excited, because if I take the long side and the people that are short get pushed out of this stock because the volume ramps up and it pushes all these people out of the stock, that is going to force them to cover, which is going to increase the size of this stock tremendously. It's going to make it rush to the north side, and it's going to be absolutely beautiful, I can tell you that. All right, still holding on to this Disney. Still don't really mind for this stock. It's just kind of lingering around at these tops. So it's hard for me to want to stay in a trade that's just lingering. I don't like to linger, and I don't like to sit here and worry and sweat and wait. So it's not doing exactly what I anticipated it to do. Part of me says, get out now. Don't hold on to it any longer. The other part of me says, hey, you need to give it a little bit more time so you can understand what it wants to do. If it's not doing it right away, sometimes holding your breath might be the best answer. So this one here is for Mikey Bones. Mikey Bones, this one's for you. This is a silly sip of my elated Ethiopian coffee. Absolutely delicious and scrumptious all at the same time. So this one's for you, Mikey. Thanks for hanging out with me today, and thanks for being a big part of the show, buddy. Now that, sir, is some delicious coffee. That is so. You know what would really suck if I was supporting coffee that I didn't like, that I didn't enjoy. I think we brought it up on this channel before. Like, if there was a coffee company out there that I didn't like or I didn't enjoy, I think it would be absolutely hilarious if I, just like, oh God, you're trying to drink your coffee, you can't even do it because it's just so gross. But I absolutely do. I love this coffee, and it's very, very good, and it's very good what they're doing for the community. So keep that in mind, guys. If you want to check them out, you can go check them out at sillysipscoffee.com. They're doing a lot of awesome things over there. There's a couple of veterans that own a coffee shop. They're also donating to children's mental health. So the Children's Mind Institute is where 10% of all proceeds are going, and you can get $3 off today. Just go visit their website, and you can order yourself a tasty little bag of coffee. He actually sent this one to me, and it was freshly baked. Like, they just roasted all the coffee and sent it to me, and it's just so cool, man. It's so cool actually having a fan base and people to chat to, and having you guys here with me every single Friday. So thank you for being here, and thanks for letting me give you my my little excerpt on my coffee product. So yeah, absolutely. So let's keep on keeping on, guys. With this constantly pushing up, it's getting me a little nervous because we also have volume starting to come in. So I'm just going to go ahead, I think, and get out of this trade. I don't want to. I really don't want to. I want to see this thing fail right here. Part of me is just like, hey, dude, just stay in this trade. You need to give it more time. But the other part of me too is like we have all this buying volume and no selling volume. So where's my sellers at? If we just keep on buying and there's nobody to sell to, what does that tell you? That just means the demand is so high that there's nobody to sell into. So if we don't get some sellers here soon and people just keep buying these dips, that's going to be really bad for a short sale trader like myself today, holding on to these shares short. So we're going to keep on holding on though. I want to see if it wants to break out of this area. Come on, baby. Let's see a nice panic flush to the south side. I got Mama's blessing, so hopefully that'll keep on keeping on. Now let's go ahead and take a look at Meta, because you guys know I am in Meta over here. Looks like Meta is starting to push back up. Doesn't want to keep on keeping on. Meta is going to be a mind of its own. Up now, well, actually it's down 0.50%. In the overall market. So let's see if Meta wants to keep on keeping on, and let's get it ramping to the north side. So let's go ahead, Disney, and let's just fail. Let's just fail here, Disney, and let's have a good time doing it. We don't need to be here forever. SPY also does look like it's trying to pull back a little bit in this area. Let's take a look at AMZN, still trading sideways, trying to ingest all of everything that it took yesterday. Got smacked around quite a bit, didn't it? One thing I need to look at is VKTX. So VKTX, yes. So off that 20. Now I keep telling you guys, oh, we're going to play off the 20, but I just can't. I have such a hard time playing off that 20. I just couldn't do it. Now making new higher lows. This might be a nice area to take a short in. I have tried taking a short multiple times. I have been beaten up and chewed up by VKTX a couple of times, so it's not too appealing to me to try and fight a stock, so I might just have to let that one go. But I did just want to bring it up just because it is here and it is looking pretty good. So looks like Snap is just kind of trading sideways. GOOS looks like it's coming up a little bit, nothing too crazy, as Meta's just still trading sideways, not doing much at all. And Disney, are you gonna fail on me or not, Disney? I really am sick of it hanging out, lingering like a smelly fart under the covers right here. Guys, we got about 20 minutes left. 20 minutes left. Let me go ahead and check the chat. Is everything caught up? Everything's good to go, because we know that's our biggest thing here. We like to keep caught up on the chat. So let's see. I love it. I need one next Friday. And Joshi says, avoid trade right now, SPY till after it breaks 415 and touches 409. Here most retail traders get trapped. Yeah, let's go ahead and bring up that SPY and just take a little peeky gander. So yeah, I could see people trying to buy in here, buying in here, and then it comes back down and they're getting stopped out. you know, because they're buying at this break, you know. But really, it being up right up here at these highs, you know, I wouldn't trust the SPY up here very much. We probably are going to come back down and test that 410. Shout out to MH and HXC cats that helped me out. Heck yeah, baby. Shout out to MH and HXC cats. Me yow. So all right, let's see if Disney can just curl on over for daddy. Come on, baby. And I'm allowed to say that because I am a dad. So let's go ahead and take a little peeky gander at some of the other expected trades. EXTR. I was in EXTR and it stopped me out. You can see exactly where it would have. Let's see, Lululemon still holding that 10-day moving average, wanting to head higher. Wing now coming back to retest those areas, trading at 196.33. I would love to see a retest of that 10-day moving average. If Wing can do that, that might be a nice area for me to start dollar cost averaging into. CMPR. Looking really good up here at these tops, trading at 52.35, maybe one to keep on the watch list. AAOM reached back out up there at that $100 area, now trading at 98.32. FNV is just trading within a bullish pennant. We're going to see what actually comes of it. Let's see, Tesla generated sell target of 163.25 on the 13th of March. See how I completed target after posting results? I gave you this target also. Joshi, absolutely. I see all the targets that you give us. I see them in the comments and in the chat, and I absolutely love it. When it was trading at the $200 levels, absolutely. What's Lulu out? So let's take a look at Lulu for you, Mikey Bones. Are you out of Lulu? That's the real question. So I think you're short Lulu, and it's down so far today. It's down 0.40% from its open. It's still squatting above that 10-day moving average, though, which always makes me a little nervous when it's squatting above that 10-day moving average. Just simply put, this is a beautiful Chris Quilamagi play, where if you get a big earnings gap up and it follows a 10-day moving average, these things have the ability to really break out to the north side. So that being said, I've just really been keeping an eye on Lulu because it's right here at its peak. It can't get above this $400 area. It's having such a hard time at 387 even. So it's having a hard time at 387. Excuse me, guys. If it's having a hard time at 387, we got to be really, really careful. This might be a nice area to short, okay? But if it wants to hold that 10-day moving average and then just scream up through it, that might be a nice continuation play to the north side. No need that trend break. Oh, you need the trend break. This was a risky play. Lulu was a risky play for you? Excuse me. Yeah, I do like that trade that you took. Excuse me, guys. Give me 1 second. Yeah, if you thought the Lulu was a risky trade, I'd see why you took it, though. I see why you took Lulu right up here. I mean, if you look at the daily, it's one that I would want to take a short sale trade on too. You know, I really would. Now, I tried to play Lulu to the long side, made a little bit of money back here. Obviously, I don't stay in for too long. You know, I get out of things pretty quickly. And Lulu is just one of those that I did get out quick. Now, of course, I obviously wish I was still holding this. Like, if you're still holding this long, this would be good to the long side. But knowing where these, where it's traded and where we're at, yeah, there's still room to the downside. I still think that we definitely could see this thing fail. So we need to just keep that in mind. Make sure you have your profit target in mind and that you have your risk management in mind. Be Stewie Sprankles. What's up, Sprankles? That's right, baby. You know you love the Sprankles. We all each have our own poison. Apparently, my poison today is Benadryl. My mom is making me do drugs today. She had my wife come in here and bring me drugs. So thanks a lot for the drugs, Mom. Guess I'm all drugged up. No, but if you're just joining, guys, my name's Dave. This is LoFiTrader. if you would just take a quick second out of your day, do me a quick favor. Take a look at my screen. We got the like button here. We're up to 15 likes already. That's awesome. We got 13 of you watching. Go ahead and hit that subscribe button for me, guys. I'm here every Friday. I also bring you market watch lists on Sundays. And I also like to sprinkle, if you will. I like to sprinkle in a few short videos as well. So those short videos I love to take my time on to make really cool TikTok-ish looking videos so we can add and keep people entertained and having fun. So that's what I like to do. That's what you like to see, and I like to make money. So if you get behind any of that, guys, if I'm bringing you any value or content to your life, make sure you hit that like, hit that subscribe button, and we will see you again on Friday, baby. Well, we have 15 more minutes left in my show. So why don't you leave me a little note so I can read it for you out loud over the prompter. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention, please. No, only kidding, guys. Mikey Bone says he's still holding it. Was in with a 28-day swing. That's amazing. At 435 and 345. Very, very cool. Yeah, I do like Lulu. I think it's a great stock. I think it'd be a great growth stock. But right here in this area, it's looking like a short. On the daily, it's looking like a long on the hourly, okay? So that's my thoughts on Lulu. It's very, very interesting to see Lulu in this area. So we're going to go ahead and give it some more time. So let's go ahead and look at the SPY. The SPY hasn't done much today. It's only up about 0.5%. It looks like it's really doing its best to hold these gains here. If it wants to hold those gains, you know, and keep on heading higher, I'm not going to complain. You won't hear me complaining about the market going higher, especially because I have capital in the VOO, the VITI. We got a little bit of money everywhere, and if it's in the overall market, you're going to want to see it making you money, because what is the use of putting money to work if it's not going to make you money? Don't put that money to work if it's not making you money. It's that simple, guys. Okay, so I think I've given this trade just well enough time to fail for me, and we're not seeing anything come down. So I'm going to go ahead and get out of Disney, and I feel like I need to switch my bias here and join the bid on this to the north side. So it just will not break down, and it wants to scream to the north side. It's really doing its absolute best. Now remember, guys, these aren't buy or sell recommendations. This is just a big talking chin trying to make a couple extra bucks on a Friday while he doesn't have to work. He can sit here and do what he loves the most, and that's taking technical analysis, charting, and taking trades. So here I am taking along now in Disney because it would not break down. And when you see something gap up and push up high on volume, and then it pulls back and won't even get down to VWAP, it won't even break down to VWAP, well, that's going to completely eradicate my thought. So my thought process was to short, but now it's long. Why? Because it won't break down. If the stock's not breaking down, well, I want to find a way to make money on it. And if I can't make money to it on the downside, then we will play it on the long side, baby. And right now we're up about $13 on this quick, easy scalp. But will we be able to make a little bit more money on it? I'd like to see it break out and continue to head to the north side, because this market is looking heck of a good time right now. So the QQQ is breaking up above that VWAP area. Maybe we create a double top. You know what, guys? Maybe we create a double top here and start to keel on over. Either way, we're going to give it a little bit of time to see what's going on, as the IWM right there at those highs, still trading at those highs. Wow, that is amazing to see that in the overall market. Let's go ahead and look at the NASDAQ. Look like it's trying to push back up to those highs. Wow, goodness gracious, guys. Can you see this? This is happening right here, right now, guys. Everything's starting to push back up into those highs. Now, is it going to make new higher lows, or is they going to break back down again in this area? That's the real question. The VIX, the volatility index, is at now an all-time low at 1607. I shouldn't say all-time, but it is one of the lowest readings we've seen in a very, very long time, guys. So let's keep on looking. Netflix looks like it's trying to hold that VWAP and try and push higher. Microsoft looks like it bounced. It's trying to see if 304.76 is going to be its lows. And we're going to look at Amazon, still trading sideways, not doing much of anything at all in this area. As Meta looks like it's breaking back up, or almost back to that break-even area where I bought it yesterday on a pullback. So we're going to see if Meta wants to keep on keeping on. I would love to see Meta rip to the north side. As NVDA is still just trading sideways here, guys. It's only about $2 higher than where it opened, trading at 274. 162.35. Let's keep on keeping on Tesla here, guys. Tesla's trading at 162.38, just creating it's creating this bullish pattern triangle here, guys. This bullish pattern triangle. If it wants to break to the north side, that might be absolutely beautiful. So let's take a look at our dollar, the DXY for my boy Smokey Bones. Good old Mike Bones in this building. So the dollar index is trading at 101.53. So it's trading at these lows here. Very, very nice to see. You know, it's crazy, this chart on the daily for the dollar. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but it is just so chopped, and it's nothing but a bunch of indecision candles, which to me, I feel like that's institutional ownership, selling and buying and selling and buying and working their books. Now, I can't know for sure, obviously, if that's what's happening or not, but that's just what I see when I zoom in on it. You don't see any weird crap like that going on, and then all of a sudden you see all these indecision candles. It makes you really, really want to guess what the heck is really going on in this area. All right. Let's go ahead and take a little peeky gander. Microsoft's trying to hold as Tesla is just trading sideways, 162.46. It looks like Disney does want to continue to break on higher. It looks like it's creating new highs for the day, which is absolutely great to see when you're long 100 shares. And let's see if it wants to break out. Now volume is coming in, so it looks like my stock analysis was correct for this. But now is it going to do what I want it to do, and that's break out to the north side even further. Because Disney right here, I would expect this thing to fail in this area just above where it started to break out. But the thing is, we have a lot of volume, we have a pullback on little to no volume, and then we're having another push here on volume. So that tells me I need to hold on to my longs and see what is to come of this stock. So we're in it for a good time, not a long time, but we are in it for the long. SPY pushing up is what my boy Mikey Bones says. So let's go ahead and take a look at this SPY, and let's see. SPY back up there at its highs. Thank you for pointing that out, Mike. We do appreciate that. Yeah, back up there at those highs. Now, are we going to see this thing push through the highs, or are we going to see it contest and show that it cannot break out through? If it can't break out through, that's going to be a very, very interesting thing here. Maybe it pulls back, creates new higher lows. Now the QQQ is sitting right there at 320.84. Is it going to be able to break out through this area and reclaim that area of support? If it wants to, that would be absolutely amazing for the overall market to be able to break through 320.88, head on higher with volume, and then come back to retest this to break out higher. That would be the overall bullish sign, but the bearish sign is right now we're into an area of resistance. This area of resistance could cause us some trouble to get through, but if it doesn't want to act like there's any trouble to be had and this thing breaks out through to the north side, we might make some big money on this because I'm already long in Disney. And if the QQQs want to head higher, showing that the overall market is looking healthy, then we might see some pushes in some other stocks that we're in, like Disney, like Microsoft. Okay, we are in Microsoft. It doesn't look like Microsoft doesn't want to do us too much. You know, why is it saying that I'm down $23? Because the stock is straight. Oh, well, that makes sense. No, that doesn't make sense. I'm not down $23, actually. I think I'm probably down 30 cents right now, guys. So don't look at that active thing. It's being really goofy as of this morning. So will the QQQs break out here? We need to get some volume in here. It is lunchtime. It is a lull. So I'm going to just give you what I expect. I expect this thing to do actually a small pullback. Maybe retest VWAP before breaking out through during the power hour to break out through on volume. Okay, so that's just a quick guess, a little excerpt of what I think might happen. I'm not saying that it will. These aren't buy or sell recommendations, but I will say this. Mikey Bone says SPY's pushing up. Options? Question mark. Yeah, you know, options or shares. No, I always use equities. I always do shares I always use shares, guys. That's just my thing. I haven't messed with options. I've never even taken one options trade. Now, before you get angry with me, I am not saying that options aren't something that I'm not ever going to do. I would love to take an options share, and I'd love to do it on the show with you guys. But that's not something that I'm going to do today, and it's something that I would need to get prepared for so I understand the implications, my risk reward, and how to actually handle that. And so if I can do that and I can do it properly, you better believe I'll take an options trade on live with you. And I'll probably do it with Mikey Bones if he's here with us. I will just do it with his authority. So we're looking at the QQQs because we want to see this thing break out. We need to see, Mike says we will fix that. Absolutely, brother. Once I have conviction in one trade and it's something that I really want to take, I will definitely seize that opportunity and use you as an advocate to help me take my first options trade. So I'm just trying to be very specific in how I trade, in what I trade, and how I do it, so that way I have the best understanding of my rules and discipline, and I try not to add too much into it. Because if you start adding too much into your disciplinary trades and they get too worked up and too complicated, then you start freezing up because you don't know exactly what to do. So that's just the way I trade. That's how I do things. And let me give another quick shout out to Silly Sips Coffee. Silly Sips Coffee is our sponsor for the day. They sent me a beautiful bag of elated Ethiopian coffee. It's absolutely delicious, and if you haven't tried the Silly Sips coffee, which I'm sure you haven't because they just started their business not too long ago. They just started baking and brewing as of recently, and it is a beautiful thing that they sent me a cup and coffee to help advertise on the show. Just a couple of vets that decided to start a coffee company and give $3 off to you if you order today, and 10% off of anybody, or I'm not 10%, but 10% of those proceeds actually go to the Children's Mind Institute. Okay, guys, so just take a look at that. Let's see, KISS, keep it. Oh yeah, keep it simple, stupid. That's an awesome one that Mike Bones just brought up. An easy saying to say is keep it simple, stupid. Okay, keep it simple, stupid. It's a very easy saying, a very easy one to remember, guys. Keep it simple, stupid. KISS. And why do we want to remember keep it simple, stupid? Because if you don't and you make it complicated, you make things hard, it's not going to be fun for you in your trading. So keep it simple, stupid. That is a very, very good saying. So thanks for bringing that up. All right, guys, so what else you got? Let's see. Richard Klein, the market can stay irrational longer than we can stay solvent. You are darn tootin'. Those are two awesome, great sayings, guys. And if you didn't hear what Richard had to say, let me just tell you again. Richard brought up the fact that the market can stay irrational longer than we can stay solvent. Meaning it doesn't matter if you think the market has to come down here. It needs to come down for all of these reasons, and it keeps heading higher. It's going to keep heading higher. It's going to seem irrational to you longer than you can stay rational. Okay, so if you're fighting the market, if you're fighting price action, don't fight it. You need to get out, you need to reevaluate your situations, and you need to do what's best for your account. I don't give a crap if you say the world is going to end. If you can't capitalize on it, I don't want to hear about it. Don't tell me that there's so much. Don't spread the fear and spread the FUD unless you're spreading ideas on how to capitalize from it. That's my biggest pet peeve. You hear all these bears in this market. Now, I'm not saying that you're not supposed to be a bear, but if you're going to be a bear, have a good reason on how you're going to capitalize on being a bear. Okay, so what do I mean by that? Well, if you're saying, well, the market's going to fail, well, what areas are you going to take those shorts? What areas are you going to find profitability? What areas are you going to do your due diligence so that way you can make money in this market? Don't just come at me and say, these are all the negative things that are happening in the world. The world's going to end. We need to short the market. Okay, tell me where. How are you going to make money from it? And same thing on the bullish bias. If you're bullish, don't just say, well, I'm bullish on the overall market because the market's going up. You need to have reasons why, guys. And if you have these reasons and you can find good risk reward, proper risk management, you can make money and extrapolate money every day from this market, okay? Let me take a little sip, Shawana, because that was long-winded, was it not? Now that's some good coffee. Definitely some good coffee. So let's go ahead and take a little peeky gander. You know, part of me, I'm just going to go ahead and get out of this just because it's not holding. It's not continuing higher on that breakout. So I go ahead, I get out of my shares there, and then I see if I want to take this, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to because I played both sides too many times. We're just going to let this thing happen. You know, a big part of me wants to get in short now because this is a double top. It did not break out through that double top. So it's, hey, you know, are we in a short area? But let's go look at, I want to distract myself just for a minute just because I've been in and out, in and out, in and out. So Meta doesn't look like it's doing exactly what I want it to, but we need to give this more and more time to see what it wants to do. Let's take a look at GOOS. We're up. Looks like GOS, we're still down about $4 on this, but this is for a longer term trade to see what happens with it. As Snap looks like it is just still trading sideways, nothing really happening for the overall Snap. Now guys, we have 2 more minutes left in this market daily show, so let me just bring your attention, please, before you leave, I need to just go ahead and show you one last thing. That is this, guys. I'm going to go ahead and end this poll now so we don't have to worry about going ahead and voting on this poll. 57% of you said that we are going to hold the SPY's gains from Thursday, and 43% of you said no, we won't be. There was 30 votes. We broke a new record today in votes, so thank you very much if you have voted. SPY broke the double top. Goodness gracious, watch out to the north side, ladies and gentlemen. If SPY broke that top, then we need to be careful. While you're here, smash that like button, hit that subscribe button, guys, because I want to be here for you just as much as I want you to be here for me. So thank you guys so much for being a part of this awesome show. Let's go ahead and look at the SPY just before we head out. So the SPY did break that double top to the north side. It's looking absolutely amazing for this overall market. You know you'll love to see it, ladies and gentlemen. So I would like to leave on that note. The SPY is trading at 414.69. We are going to have to wait and see what happens in this overall crazy volatile market. So thank you guys so much for joining me. I am just so pumped to have an awesome community like yourself. So if you want to be a part of this, just hit that like, hit that subscribe button, guys, and thank you so much for being here. We'll talk to you later, guys. Peace.
On the